Fam, what's up? What's up? How's it going, everyone? Welcome to the show. Kyle Henderson along with Coach Smook coming to you from beautiful Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Let us know where you're coming from inside the comment box. We appreciate you guys being here. Smook, what's up, man?
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning to you, man.
Roll Tide, man. How you feeling this morning, bro?
I'm doing fine, man. Doing really well, and off to a good start this Saturday. You know, I think that there's a lot to talk about because of Keon Saab. I honestly think that things are looking really good for him this morning in terms of coming to Alabama. I know we're going to talk about that, but Alabama basketball, I mean, these guys are playing at a really high level. They got the Block A jerseys coming out today at 11, so we're going to touch on that as well. Along with, I wanted to get your take too. It's kind of like playing with the formations where Keon Saab could fit into this defense. So I have the defensive graphic brought up. By the way, I kind of set up an area for our defensive formation. So I want to bring up the 4-2-5 and kind of go over with it. But what's up, everybody? Rep, where you coming from inside the comment box? We appreciate you guys being here. Josh Miller's coming to us from Thailand, Coach.
Thailand?
Yeah.
Yo, Roll Tide from Thailand. Hey, yeah. I see Phoenix City in the building too.
Yeah, Phoenix City, man. They've
had some Phoenix City. Y'all know Phoenix City, my home, so I have to call them out when hey, Roll Tide, everybody, all the undefeated. Look, it's an early morning session. Y'all know how I do. So don't expect nothing different. But nah, wake up, y'all. Wake up, y'all. It's Saturday. Yeah. We got some good topics to jump on. So I'm excited about it, Kyle. I'm excied.
All right, we even have T in the background. T, say what's up.
Good morning, undefeated. All right, good morning, Smook.
Yeah. Good morning, T.
We got three in the house, so this is our full court press. So to start off, here's kind of what we are going to hit on today. What's up, Cynthia? We see you inside the comment box as well on the show this morning, and then we got a double tandem. So when we have two hosts running the point, we call this a double tandem. We call this a tandem, and then we got a double tandem coming up as we have Jarek and Merrill up at 10 a.m. leading into Alabama's basketball game. So you got 2-on-2, and then the back end we got Coach Sean and Coach Smook closing out today on Saturday. Keep you posted on Sunday's schedule as we go forward. So this morning the update is we're going to talk about Keon Saab. How could he fit into this defense? What are things looking like? What's the latest? I'll go to Coach Smook for that. And where does Saab fit into this defense, right? Where does he fit in? I want to talk about Alabama basketball that tip against Texas A&M at 11 a.m. Preview on that game because Alabama, with a lot of momentum, playing at Coleman Coliseum. I don't like 11 a.m. games with this team. It doesn't matter what time they have played at Coleman Coliseum, as they are 11-1 on the season at home. And then I want to play some reality or reach, Coach. So, I mean, I love this with you, man. So, like, if you've had a couple reality or reaches, I want you to throw them out there as we kind of get into our next tandem. But let's talk about Keon Saab. Let's just jump right into it, Coach. What is the latest in terms of where things stand? How are you feeling about this? I know that Courtney Morgan was pressing on him, was the lead recruiter when he was working for Michigan, and now that he's with Alabama. I mean, smoke where there's fire. What's the latest? Give us the backstory of Keon Saab. I know there's probably a lot of people who don't know about him, but kind of give us the latest.
So the biggest thing with Keon Saab is Saab. My fault. Keon Saab is right now that there is communication. There's like heavy communication between he and the staff at Alabama. Courtney Morgan and his relationship is very deep, but also there's a connection with him and Jahad Campbell, which is crazy to me, being that, Jahad Campbell hasn't been very vocal this offseason. You saw the one statement from him saying, he's locked in, that he's not going anywhere, basically posting the thing on his social media. But other than that, Jahad Campbell, all you've seen and heard about him is, getting his work in, doing his work, getting ready for next season. So to hear that Jahad Campbell is reaching out and saying, hey, man, it's a good opportunity for you here. Like, that's good to me, because not only does that show that people are really understanding, the coaches are communicate with this locker room, the players that decided to stay, to go out and look, if you see value out there that you think can add to the team, let's do that. And it's not, and these guys in the same position that's reaching out to other guys, man, come over here and play safety with us, man. You'll be a nasty tandem. So those are the type of conversations that happen. But on the front of it, Courtney Morgan and Mo Linguist have, like, before it was made official, or before it was an official announcement, a media release, Courtney Morgan and Mo Linguist were already talking with Keon Saab. So and how he fits, Kyle, I mean, just naturally, the guy you would want as your top safety. Not saying we don't have that guy already, but this is a proven guy. He beat Alabama. He played a solid game when he played against us. He's physical, the same type of guy you would want at the top of your defense, covering the top at the free safety position. He knows how to run fit at a high level. He cover skills probably the second best. As far as the safeties right now in that room, I still think Peyton Woodard and Tony Mitchell kind of edge them out a little bit with the natural cover ability. But overall, talking about somebody that's proven right now and can handle that responsibility in the 4-2-5, he would be the perfect fit to go up there and play over top at the free safety.
Yeah, and that's why I have up on our diagram. What's up? Good morning to everybody inside the comment box. Dwight getting that workout in, man. Good to see it. Love to see it. Thomas, what's up, man? We see you coming in from Wisconsin. What's up, Undefeated? Bryson, we see you inside the comment box as well. We appreciate you guys joining us from Wisconsin to the Philippines, from right here in Phoenix City, Alabama, from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. We appreciate you guys being here. From what I understand, March 4th will be the first day of Alabama's spring football practice. So nothing completely official. I haven't seen it posted on Alabama's official football account, but March 4th is what we're hearing, which is interesting because you have spring break in the middle of it. So I'm kind of thinking that Alabama has a couple practices and then they go on spring break and then come back and finish out spring football. What's up? Greetings, Byron, coming in to us from Germany as well. So we got the Philippines, we got Germany, we got Wisconsin, we got Phoenix City, we got Tuscaloosa, Alabama, we got Virginia, we got I'm sure JG, he's probably asleep, but he's out in LA. So we got people from all over the world watching Bama football on YouTube. Okay, so look, when we bring up this chart right here, Smook, this is what I want to talk about. And I know you said that a player like Keon Saab could fit at the free safety spot. So, T, I don't know if you can log into the Miro as well, but if we want to kind of build out just a quick defense, and we'll do this, and then we'll maybe post it on our premium tab board for those that are, fan funders. And if you're a fan funder, we really appreciate you guys. How to become a fan funder? Well, everybody with the green circle is a fan funder. $2.99 is the lowest price point that you can fund this Bama football on YouTube channel. So hit the hyperlink atop the screen. Smook, let's kind of go over this and work our way top, and then we'll go to the secondary, inside linebackers, and then down to the bandit and wolf. So real quick, you like it? Let's say just hypothetically, Keon Saab comes to Alabama. Okay, you like him at that free safety spot to confirm?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
so
very much so.
We like Keon Saab to come in. One of the things to note, please notate this, that last year, Keon Saab, he played in 65 snaps in the national title game against Washington. He had a coverage grade of 83.5. Okay, that is a very high grade against a very good Washington offense. Okay, so he didn't play an overwhelming amount of snaps. Like, for example, I think he's like somewhere around, I don't know, I have to go and look at his overall snap count, but he still has a lot of experience. So he would be a key guy. He's a sophomore, class of 2022 coming in, and I think that he could fit in very nicely. Okay, so who do you like at the Husky and Rover then, Coach? Because I know we have Tony Mitchell, we have Devontae Smith, we have Malachi Moore. Let's start with the Husky. Who do you like at the Husky spot?
Now, Husky is going to be the guy. That's the one you want with your most experience or your most athletic, the best guy that can diagnose things the most. He's going to play the strong side over the slot most of the time. And with that situation, I think you put either a guy like Malachi Moore or Tony Mitchell there. Either one of those guys right now, for me, is leaning more so towards Malachi Moore. Malachi Moore is going to be somewhere in the middle of that defense, doing communication, signaling all the coverages, changes, understanding what needs to happen on motion. You want a guy like Malachi Moore, kind of being in the middle of orchestrating that with his experience and his talent. Malachi Moore would be perfect for the Husky.
All right, perfect. So we got Malachi Moore and T. We'll get it up there. You can just put their name there for the time being, T. And then what we'll do is we'll go to their roster card and we'll slide their name over so you can see their actual name. So and then we can zoom in. So make that font just a little bit bigger, T. I appreciate you. All right, let's go over to the Rover spot. And let's just theoretically put Keon Saab up at the top of the free safety spot. Okay, Rover coach, who you got?
If whoever starts at Husky out of those two, the other one will go to Rover. that's how I see it. I think Devontae Smith will be rotational, but Keon Saab coming solidifies the safety room and does a few things with the whole secondary group as far as rotation and depth and everything.
And I like that because sometimes when you just see like the players on this board, like if you see, we'll probably put some oars, and because the depth chart is so deep, just because there's different formations, there's different down and distance. Shoot, a player might need a blow to come out. That doesn't mean that he's not a starter. You know, so you have different players, and you need quality depth when you're running any type of defense specifically. So I like that at the Rover spot as well. And then the corners. I know we've been talking a lot about the corner position. Damani Jackson, you know, he's here, and everybody's excited about him. And they want to see continued development from Damani Jackson. The other side, it could be a Zay Mincy. I think you went with Zay Mincy a couple times. You have Jalen Mbakwe. For the people who haven't seen some of our formational breakdowns, let's just do the corner opposite of Damani Jackson.
Opposite. So we're talking not necessarily bound the corner, strong side corner. It's going to be, I honestly think it's going to be between Xavier Brown and Zay Mincy, but I'm going with Zay Mincy. I just think he has that side of the ball, that side of the defense on the strong side. I think he has enough depth and athleticism to understand what that position requires at a high level. And because of how the lack of experience there, that will provide him the opportunity to kind of grow into that role, being that to me, he's the front runner in that group. As far as if we're going to go with the person with the least experience, right? Then it's probably going to be Zay Mincy right now.
And then if you look at kind of this right now, and Zay Mincy, he's a 5-star. He's a complete baller. You also have Jalen Mbakwe. There's some other guys that could certainly compete for that corner position. But don't you think, Coach, that it would make sense that or maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Maybe they're confident with Zay Mincy's ability. I mean, we all are. I mean, he's a 5-star. But do you think when that transfer portal window does open up on April 15th, that Alabama at least is open to seeing which corners do jump into the transfer portal at that spot, considering that Zay Mincy doesn't have any playing time experience?
It's not crazy to think that, and it would be crazy to not go and get more depth at corner after the portal. If any players with college football experience right now want to come and beef up the DB room, I think you go out and give them an opportunity. That doesn't necessarily mean guys are coming in to start. Like Keon Sabb, he has an opportunity to come in and he will. To me, you go and get him for this free safety position to solidify what your concerns are on the perimeter. Now you get to slide experience inside at Rover and Husky. And if you have to start 2 true freshman corners, you got 2 guys right beside them, generally. You get what I'm saying? Or in their immediate communication window, right? That can, hey, this your assignment. Boom, boom. I could see Malachi helping Zay Mincy. Zay Mincy will look like a second-year player playing next to Malachi Moore for majority of his snaps, or having to get signals from a Tony Mitchell or Devontae Smith in the game. So, yeah, I like it.
And for everybody joining us, yes, we are going to talk about the basketball game here in a second. I got a great clip from Buzz Williams, the Texas A&M coach, saying that Alabama's offense is the best offense in the country. We are going to preview that here in just a few minutes. So we got you covered 100%. I think you have a big day from Alabama basketball in those blockade jerseys. Alabama baseball also won yesterday in their opener. 4-0 against Manhattan College. It's a private institution from New York, and they will be back in action today. So at the Joe, you had the beer wall going up. So a lot to cover. You have softball who's doing their thing. But right now we are talking about Keon Sabb, a guy who entered the transfer portal on Friday morning, and there's clear play for him to come to Alabama. So we're keeping you posted on that, where he would fit in on Alabama's defense. And that's kind of our opening segment. We appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for becoming a fan funder. Shane, what's up? I see you inside the comment box. Shane says that he listens to the show all the time and he loves it. So we appreciate you so much. And Kevin, we got you, man. We're going to talk about the Alabama basketball game for sure. We'll probably have the running scoreboard up as Alabama basketball plays, and you guys can chat inside there. And then depending on how the game goes, sometimes we post the press conference, sometimes we don't. It's just kind of how we're feeling. And we actually let you guys decide. So like, you guys want us to post the presser? Like, there's been times where they're like, nah, man, like, move forward. So, but we appreciate you guys being here. So, Coach, let's go back to our board right here of the formations. I see you starting to put the actual player cards. That looks really nice. I really appreciate that. We kind of zoom in. You see Zay Mincy, you see Malachi Moore or Tony Mitchell. You would have Keon Sabb up at the top. On the other side, you have Damani Jackson. I think it's clear, Coach, that in the interior linebackers. You're going to have Deontay Lawson and Jahad Campbell. Hit on those and who makes sense at each of those positions, being the Sting and the Mike, which is your inside linebackers.
So at the Mike, that's your middle linebacker. He's going to be generally your leader of the defense, play caller. That's Deontay Lawson. I think the defensive personnel, everybody on that defense understands and has confidence in that being what it should be. But you also have confidence at Jahad Campbell having to rotate to that spot. But starting Deontay Lawson, and then next to him at Sting, his running mate. And we actually got a graphic that we want to put out today just to kind of, we put more graphics out, to showcase some of the players and things of that nature. Deontay Lawson and Jahad Campbell are probably the highest rated inside linebacker tandem / duo in college sports right now. I started looking at some of their grades from last year compared to other Mike and Will combos or inside linebacker combos. And like numbers wise, they are active. They are active and they are disruptive. Jahad Campbell is one of few linebackers in the country that had more than 3 picks last year. I forgot he had 3 picks and 5 total turnovers that he accounted for. I forgot about it. And they were all big turnovers or fumble recoveries. So I can't wait to see them get active in this 4-2-5 because Jahad Campbell, he will have a lot of opportunities to be a delay blitz, what they call him, a delay blitz torpedo. A blitz torpedo where he's coming off the delay with a lot of these twists and stunts in front of him. Yep. And he has that speed, man. And we've seen him do some damage to quarterbacks when he has a clear line of sight to him. So I can't wait to see that combination in the middle.
And I want to reiterate this is last year we had you had Dallas Turner and you had Chris Braswell at edge rushers. And that was one of the best tandems in college football. And I strongly believe when you look to the interior linebacker play for Alabama, I think that's going to be the same thing that you're going to hear a lot is the play of Jahad Campbell and Deontay Lawson. And just like Coach said, in terms of your Mike being your signal caller, your alpha, that is 100% going to be Deontay Lawson. I think that he is going to have this stellar season. I think the last couple of years at Alabama, he showcased that he is an elite inside linebacker, probably one of the best, honestly, that Alabama's had in several years, to be quite honest. I know that I honestly think that Robert Balla did a really good job with the inside linebackers in the short time that he was here. And now he's going to the Washington Huskies. So you have William Inge coming in to work with a really good group. And we'll talk more about the depth in terms of who's going to be behind Deontay Lawson and Jahad Campbell. But I was watching Jahad Campbell at the Rose Bowl kind of work out. And, man, he's grown. I mean, he's a big dude, IMG. And like you said, that's the other connection with Jahad Campbell being from the IMG Academy. Keon Saab at the IMG Academy. David Ballou was at the IMG Academy, right? So there's a lot of tie-ins when you look to the IMG Academy, and it's important to keep that pipeline going. Turbo Rogers, also out of the IMG Academy, expected to be back in Montgomery this season. He's a class of 2025 running back that is committed to the Alabama Crimson Tide. We have T kind of building out the board, and we'll zoom in and we'll look at this more in depth. And in just a few minutes, we'll talk about Alabama basketball taking on Texas A&M at 11 a.m. at Coleman Coliseum, now ranked number 15 in the country, just rocking with Smook this morning. At 10 a.m., you got another tandem right here on Bama Football on YouTube. As you got Coach Jarek and you got Merrill hitting it at 10, leading up into the basketball game. In the back end, you got Coach Sean and you got Coach Smook closing it out. I mean, and then, of course, as news happens, we got you covered right here at Bama Football on YouTube. All right, Coach, let's dive into the big boys and the kind of the band of 12 guys who are going to be, I'm really excited about this group, honestly. And I kind of look at this group a little bit how I look at the offensive line. I know we have guys going, Alabama's going to build out a really good offensive line. I don't know who's going to be where in terms of tackles or guards or whatever. I have an idea, but when you look to the Bandit, the Wolf, there's a lot of guys. I think there's going to be a hell of a position battle in springtime. Why don't you start with the Bandit, Coach?
So, and this is something that's bothering a lot of people right now because we just don't know how what Kane Womack's go-to is going to be. We don't know if he's going to be small ball on the edge, small in speed with power and coverage ability on for our Bandit and Wolf. We don't know if we don't know if we want to go big Wolf, big Bandit. So it's kind of hard to put out just a one name roster. So I think for us to best get an understanding of how it could look either way, I think we do the this or that, this or he or him, you know what I'm saying? So for the Bandit, if we was to start on that side, your Bandit is going to be your backside outside back or your backside in. That's why they call it the Bandit. So they're going to be on the backside of the formation, meaning all the weak side stuff will flow to them. You're going to need somebody that can seal the edge, that knows how to have contained responsibility, real discipline on, not necessarily gap, but understanding lanes when they have their dive and their crash calls. So I'm looking at Keon Keeley to make a surge early for that weak side player. Usually when in this type of defense, you want like your top pass rusher to be on the other side, right? You want your top pass rusher, and you want the up and coming guy, or the kind of the relief guy that plays off him great. I think Q-Rob and Keon Keeley are going to be a nice little budding tandem duo that's going to be able to work the edges. Keon is bigger too. He's a little bit bigger than Q-Rob, size wise. So I think he makes it sense to lock down your weak side, because now you're floating in between that size you want from a big end and your true your true edge. So you're floating in between that size. You got the athleticism of both worlds with Keon Keeley. So you kind of just you make him your staple there.
All right, so we'll put Keon Keeley / Q-Rob. And the thing about I'm really excited to see Q-Rob.
Q-Rob going to be on the other side. He's not going to be on the band.
We'll put Q-Rob on the other side. But when you look to these guys in this new defense, like Q-Rob, like I had Coach John, and I'm going to post this for fan funders only. He's talking about who are we sleeping on, and he went with somebody from the offense. So we're going to post that video in just a minute on our fan funders only. But like Q-Rob is a guy. I liked him last season. He didn't get on the field too much, but the times he did, he's got those long arms that our edge rushers usually do. Kind of almost reminds me of Terrell Lewis or like a Christian Miller type guy, right? I don't know if he's about 6'4". I mean, I think those guys were 6'5". And I like the athleticism that Terrell Lewis had, and I think that Q-Rob can. I see splashes of that with the long wingspan. And then with Keon Keeley, I saw another dude. Like you're down on the Rose Bowl, and Keon Keeley walks out. You're like, is this like an NFL? Is this guy playing the NFL like right now? And then you have Yanze, and another thing we'll hit on at another point in time. We don't have enough time to talk about this, but we're talking in Quay Russo potentially, with his athleticism, maybe could be an inside linebacker. I mean, I don't know, but we'll talk about that. So put Q-Rob at the Wolf, and then we also have Yanze. Don't forget about him and some other guys. All right, let's talk DT and the nose, Coach. Let's start with the DT first, then we'll work our way to nose.
DT is going to be more than likely Jaheim Otis. I feel like they definitely going to slide him back inside this year. That defensive end thing, it was fun while it lasted, but if Otis want to get to the league, he needs to slide back into that 2 technique, that 3 technique. He needs to slide back inside. That end stuff was fun. It was good to see his athleticism displayed, but I think it capped him. I think it held him up a lot. I think it didn't highlight his strengths, which is being a wrecker in the interior of your defensive line. So we definitely sliding Otis there.
And then what about at nose? Is that Tim Keenan?
You already know, man. And Tim Keenan's going to the draft after this year, so I can't wait to see what he does. This is the closest thing to Quinnen Williams that we had at Alabama in a long time. Yeah. And because of the scheme that we played the last 2 years, remember 2 years ago, his first year he started coming on, he was getting spot play. And he just started, it wasn't even about what he was doing schematically. He was just being an athlete and blowing stuff up. You saw times in the game last year where he would make that decision, just blow things up. It just made sense to do what he did. So now the way that he's going to be able to have fun and stunt and use that athleticism, get into more of those one-on-ones or sliding off double teams because, a fifth guy's coming. And the moment he gets released to a one-on-one, Tim Keenan he's probably going to have a lot more pressure, not as many sacks, but he's going to have a lot of pressures, meaning forcing the QB from being able to climb the pocket, forcing him out to the edges. Tim Keenan about to have a crazy season.
Yeah, Tim Keenan out of Ramsey, same high school I think that Quentin Reese was out of as well, who's coming in, who just signed with the Alabama Crimson Tide. Man, I love Quentin Williams. I mean, Deron Payne, some of those guys from the past that have played the interior. I mean, a lot of power, a lot of speed. Quentin Williams is different because I even forget about Christian Barmore. I mean, that guy, he was mad. Like, he came from like the wrong side of Philly, and like he played pissed off. Like he brought that all the time. Sean, Coach, before we move forward, where do you like LT Overton? And I know we're not doing like a complete breakdown, but can you just get back to Sean, please?
What I like LT Overton? I like LT Overton, but with Keon Keeley. When I was talking about this person to that person, I think LT Overton is going to be the relief or the guy competing with Keeley for those starting the starting reps at Bandit. And it's a third name I would throw in there too, Keanu Cope. I think Keanu Cope will be in that same little room there. This front, just to let everybody know, starters don't mean nothing with this defense. Like, who's on the field for the first play doesn't mean anything, because you could be on the field for the first play, and if with Kane Womack, if they show off a first play that they about to gut us, they committed and they break 8. Oh, he's not going to wait till the next drive. He's not going to wait to change the front. The first opportunity he gets because of this style of defense, he's bringing 2 guys out and putting 2 others in. His ends are going to change first. He's going to start in the trenches and then work his way up. So don't be surprised if you see like a 3-man competition for starter at Bandit.
All right, kind of zooming in real quick, and then we'll hop back to Keon Saab, and then we'll move to Alabama basketball. So right now, we're going to build out trust me, we're going to have a lot of fun with this going forward into spring football. But just for the sake of it, we just started building out the Alabama defense, what it could look like. Q Rob at the Wolf, Tim Keenan at the nose, Jaheim Otis at the defensive tackle, the Bandit, Keon Keeley, or, Keanu Coe or LT Overton, and kind of working our way to the secondary. Zay Mincy as a freshman at that corner spot, Malachi Moore at the Husky, a person with a lot of experience. Same thing with Deontay Lawson, Jahad Campbell. Hard not to really like that interior play. Smitty or Tony Mitchell, kind of, in and out. And again, like Coach Smook said, just because one guy isn't listed here, I mean, there's you want depth. Damani Jackson, the transfer from USC on the outside. So 2 5-stars at that corner spot, and then Keon Saab, that's where he would fit in this particular play. So we're talking about Keon Saab, and then we kind of just started building out a defense here on Bama Football on YouTube. So here's kind of the topics as we look to the topics of the day. Keon Saab update, and it looks like things are certainly trending towards Alabama, so we will keep you posted if there is some sort of commitment or whenever that does happen. I don't know at what point in time, so we will keep you posted on all things Alabama football. We appreciate you guys being here and becoming a fan funder. How to do that, just hit the hyperlink atop the screen, only $2.99 to support the overall product, and I appreciate you guys rocking with us right now on Bama Football on YouTube. We got a question coming in from Hayden. Do you think we blitz more with Kane Womack at Kyle and Smook? Smook, go ahead, man. In terms of kind of the blitzing, what we see from Kane Womack's defense.
So last year with South Alabama, Kane Womack's blitz, like dial blitz call percentage was the lowest of his coordinating career, and that was 54%. He was sending blitzes on 54% of his play calls. At Indiana, it was like 58% his first year as a defensive coordinator. So yes, Kane Womack is very aggressive. We've been the whole panel, myself, Coach Sean, Ty, Jake. I've heard, even with Jarek being just recently coming back, I've heard him say it multiple times. We all believe that this will be an aggressive risk reward style, a high risk, high reward style of defense. And with players like this, man, it forces them to be competitive and win their matchups. So, yes, I think we see a lot more blitzing. And shout out to Undefeated One for the Gifted 5, Bama Football on YouTube memberships. So if you aren't a member, if you go out and come back in, you're a true fan, you've been here supporting, algorithm might show you some love and put you on the squad. That's how the Gifted memberships work. So, if you want to really support, you think you've been here doing your thing, showing love, back out, come back in. You might be a member when you come back. Appreciate that.
Yeah, and if you guys are have been gifted a membership, think about becoming a member on your own. Honestly, like you support the overall product. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. So we are honestly supported by viewers like you right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Whether that's the super chat, whether that's the memberships, like we appreciate you guys. You guys like the product, definitely support us. We really appreciate you guys more than you know right here on Bama Football on YouTube. All right, let's go into our next segment, and this is to. Oh, Patriot Life in too, man. Look, Patriot. I like what that
Yeah.
put. Patriot Life keeps his avatars fresh. Like right now, he's he has the Alabama jersey on, and he's gifted us. I mean, so many memberships, and we appreciate you, Patriot Life, for chipping in. Same thing with you, Undefeated, as well. To become a fan funder on your own, you can scan that QR code, or you can go. Oh, BB, what's up? T, read this out.
Yeah, BB just gifted 10 Bama football memberships. So
Let's go.
BB. Wow, BB,
Let's go.
Patriot Life.
See, and this is what happens right here. Whoever blessed me, thank you. So in terms of like becoming a fan funder, because whatever. I mean, some people haven't had the chance to become a fan funder, whatever the circumstances.
Yeah.
Then you're gifted one, and then you get to see what fan funders get to see. And we're actually posting a exclusive video from Coach Sean talking about a player not to sleep on. And we posted, I don't know if you guys saw, but a great write up. Did anyone read Ty's article?
Yeah, who read it? What do you think?
Yeah, let us know. So Ty, yeah. So if you go to the fan funder
Or the community tab.
the community tab. It's for fan funders only. We put that in the back. So Smook, and I'm going to get with everyone on Slack, is like our staff has to access.
I know, because I don't think Ty can even see it right now, right?
But I wonder if but if Smook is, because he's an admin to the channel, maybe he could see it.
Yeah, Smook could see it.
All right, so Smook, let us know if you could see it, and then we'll get everybody on that. Yeah. Have trolls ever been? Yeah. So we were thinking about that, like who gets fan funders. So we're kind of diving into that.
And if
I got it. Yeah, I see it.
Membership and it's a problem, we can obviously take care of it.
All right, let's
Cody.
let me show actually for the article real quick, because and then we'll talk about Alabama basketball. I got a really good soundbite coming in. So if you are, yeah. All right, so if you go to and here's how to navigate the YouTube channel as well, just kind of show you. So if you go to the YouTube channel right here, right, and Tink, man, the article was fire for sure. So if you go to the homepage, right, you have all of our videos. You have the members only videos right here. You have past live streams, shorts, right? And you can go to videos. You can go to shorts. You can go to our live streams, the podcast. I put my individual like call-in shows as podcasts, or some of our best clips as podcasts. And then you can go to community or membership. Okay, so if you go to community, and if you're a fan funder, because it says members only, then you can read this article from Ty. And it says, Through the Haze, Making Sense of Kalen DeBoer's Coaching Staff. And it's a lengthy article, and he kind of hits on some different points, and you could definitely read that if you're a fan funder. So go read that. He's got some really good feedback so far. I'll read the feedback. Great stuff. Great job. Keep it coming. Top notch. Great stuff. Great article. Amazing posts. You can go check that out if you're a fan funder. So I appreciate you guys supporting the product. And these are the different things that our members are going to get right here on Bama Football on YouTube. As we continue, we also want to, in our basketball previews coming up, hit the thumbs up on this video too. Don't forget to run the thumbs up on this video. As we look to Alabama, actually, let's thank our sponsor, the Residence Inn in Ocean City, Maryland. Smook, we're going to try to get you out there, if that makes sense, man. Guys can
look. You got about 7 days, Kyle.
Okay, yeah, all right, yeah. So we're gonna get you there and reporting from there in Ocean City, Maryland. Guests can book at residenceinoc.com. Use the promo code LPR for special Bama football pricing. And Smook, when we get you there, I want you to post up. I want you to watch that sunset. I want you to have a drink of your choice. Eat some crab. I want you to do the whole thing. All right.
Yes.
So appreciate it. And okay. And as we look to this next section, Alabama baseball, they won 4-0 yesterday against Manhattan. They're playing again today. So if you're in town, definitely go support Alabama basketball. I'm sorry, Alabama baseball and Alabama basketball. You're going to see a clip right now of Buzz Williams talking about Alabama's basketball team going into this game, which is at 11 a.m. Central Time. I'm going to play that clip. You'll see it right next here on Bama Football on YouTube, talking about basically the potency of this Alabama basketball team and the effectiveness of their offense. As you know, Alabama's basketball team has been absolutely on fire. Here you go.
Six, just what makes Alabama so good.
Oh, they're so good. A litany, a long list. They have the best offense in the country, most efficient offense in the country, fastest offense in the country. They shoot more threes than anybody in the country. They're a money ball team. They shoot dunks or threes, and they don't shoot many wood twos. They lead the league in free throw percentage, so if you foul them, they're probably going to score 2 points. I think they've scored 100 points or more 7 times, including the last time they played. They've only lost once at home in non-conference. They've always been ultra talented, lottery pick talented. But I think this year there's more guys on the floor more often, not necessarily that put stress on you because of their talent. They put stress on you because of their style of play, and all of them are money ball guys. One is first team all conference. He's rated the highest guard in the league. So he's a little bit of an outlier because he does so much. I actually think 55 is a little bit of an outlier because he's so good off the bounce. They pretty much play 7 guys. The 8th and 9th guy will play spot minutes. But they have 5 guys that don't have a position that are going to shoot threes or score at the rim. And so they put a lot of stress on you.
Alabama basketball taking on Texas A&M. That was Buzz Williams and a soundbite from Texas A&M TV as a press conference. The game is on, obviously, today, February 17th at 11 a.m. Central Time. TV as ESPN. And as you can see, the Alabama Crimson Tide 17-7 overall this season, 9-2 in SEC play. But the important thing is they are 11-1 at home. And you see the schedule at the bottom right. In January, they beat Vanderbilt, they beat South Carolina, they beat Mississippi State, Missouri. Tough loss against Tennessee, and a loss, to Auburn. But coming in this game, I think with a lot of momentum, and they're rocking those block jerseys. Smook, I mean, I know we don't talk a lot about Alabama basketball, but I mean, this team is ranked number 15 in the country and has a lot of momentum. And I think a lot of it spurs around the fact that, this team is led by Mark Sears, who's an absolute monster.
Mm-hmm. I like Sears' game. I just want him to take care of the ball a lot more. This team as a whole, we can really be a lot more dominant. A lot of these games will be a lot more spaced out because the offense is what it's going to be. I know I get onto this style of offense. I'm not a big fan of it just because of my basketball mind and as far as percentages and things of that nature with the skill sets you have available. But Coach Buzz said it right. He said, this is a money ball type team, and that's what they're committed to doing. So if that's how you live, if that's how you eat, then you continue to eat that way. If that's what's providing your nutrition, that's what you eat. But you have to cut back on something, turnovers, or you have to pick up in something, rebounds. And that's one thing that we aren't able to highlight with this team. We don't have a strong rebounding team, offensive or defensive. So it's important to be actively engaged when you're talking about securing the ball. And Mark Sears, he's getting better. The last 3 games, I've seen a little bit better decision-making from him. And usually when he starts up, with the good decision-making, controlling the ball, moving the ball, creating an offense around him. So when it's time for him to go off, I think those are the type of games we like to see from this Alabama basketball squad.
Yeah, I think it's also been interesting to kind of watch the addition of Grant Nelson Grant Nelson, big dude. And like Buzz was saying, there's a lot of players that don't specifically have positions, and this is one of those guys, right? He's one of them. Like I remember kind of at the beginning of the season that Coach Nate Oates said that he can play every single position. You're like, what? You look at his size and the transfer from North Dakota State. The thing about Nelson and Jarvis, like, I'm so over Nelson. The thing about it, though, there's been a couple games, like I kind of rewind to the Auburn game where in late game situations, like he's shown to be clutch. So with Alabama hosting Texas A&M, clearly a lot on the line as Alabama still ahead of the SEC rankings. When I go full screen on this, looking at where things stand for Alabama basketball, you can see that they are 9-2 and still tops of the SEC, one game ahead of Auburn, 17-7 over the season. And you see that they are ranked number 15 on the year with a 17-7 record. Previous rank was 16. And you see they were ranked earlier in the season, and then it took them back to really week 13 to get where they are right now. And then the bottom left in the preseason media poll, this team was ranked 5th. And that was something that Coach Oates talked about. He was like, I think we were ranked like 5th or 6th last year in SEC play. So there's your Alabama basketball preview. We will have the scoreboard running and open for chat right here on Alabama basketball. And then we'll let you guys decide if you guys want to pipe in the Nate Oates press conference or not. So we will have that right here on Bama Football on YouTube. We appreciate you guys being here, hitting the thumbs up, liking and subscribing. Kind of go back to the headline topic of today, which is about Keon Saab and kind of the recruiting that Nate Oates has to do. And not only the recruiting, but I think utilizing the transfer portal effectively. Smook, I want to ask you, when you look to this team and like transfer portal needs, what do you think that Alabama needs to maybe have on their board? I don't think specific names, but like positions that you need to add from the transfer portal as you start to look at spring football. Is it even too early? Do you need to assess what you have and how these guys are on the field, what they're showcasing? Or is it straight up like, yo, we need an offensive lineman, we need a couple guys in the secondary? What do you think needs are? Or do you think it's too early to say?
Too early to say, only because everything that you kind of lost and was set with before the transfer portal opened after Saban retired, everything that you lost, you basically replaced it except for the cornerbacks. You lost your whole starting secondary basically, minus Malachi Moore. So you got talent there, but you didn't replace the depth. Yeah. And I think that's the only concern with this team in general. You look at the linebacker room on the defensive side, you look at defensive line, both are very deep and quality talent. You look at the offensive line, you got maybe 12 guys on the offensive line, in that offensive line group that can go out and play at any university right now. And I mean, like solid starters that could start, may have growing pains for some of the younger guys, but talented wide receivers. We got a wealth of wide receivers. Your quarterback room, you're going to have a real battle there deciding who you go with to lead this offense, because I think when you speak to the likes of Jalen Milroe, Austin Mack, and Ty Simpson, they both are unproven in this system, but they're all quarterbacks that we see with, and Dylan Lonergan. They're all quarterbacks that have a huge upside. And the running back room, no worries there. So when you're talking about worries or needs going to the transfer portal, it's more about depth rather than skill and all of that. So I think it's too early to say what we need to go look for. But if a guy like Keon Sabb comes into the portal and says, hey, I want to come to Alabama, come on. If a guy like Will Johnson jumps in the portal and say, I want to come to Alabama, come on. If Tacario Davis decides to slow down and really look at where he can create some more value for himself, like I'm hearing that he is, he's going to come to Alabama too. So, when those guys are public about showing that interest, in coming, not you having to go down and chase them down. If they want to come in, become part of the general makeup of what this foundation is going to be, that's when you kind of experience it, explore it before spring. But right now, I think we got enough competition everywhere to see who can go out there and be a starter, be the momentum setters for this upcoming season.
All right. I think that Alabama, like my personal opinion, I think Alabama needs someone in the secondary and the offensive line. Okay, so as we end our segment and get into 10, I'm going to open the chat. So Undefeated, if you guys have a question, you could post it inside the comment box for either Smook or myself, and we will get to you guys. But one of the things that I love about Smook segments is he plays Reality or Reach. And usually how this works is he has fans email him throughout the week during his segments, and they email him talking about a Reality or Reach. But Coach, I just want to go like one-on-one right now with you, and we'll also use the Undefeated, okay?
Yeah.
And we'll play Reality or Reach, and we'll get T on this as well. T, you
Okay.
gonna play some Reality or Reach?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, all right. So here we go. I'm gonna go first. Okay, so everyone think about their question: Reality or Reach? Okay, and I'm gonna go for the big one right away. Okay, do we leave spring football with a highly contested quarterback battle for the starting job? Coach Smook.
Oh, all right. Listen, I'm going big all day. This is Reality Reach today. I'm going big. So I don't care about y'all getting mad at me today. I think that's a reach. I'm going big. I think Jalen Miro comes in and just takes this job, y'all. I really have confidence. I see Kalen DeBoer's eyes when they ask about Jalen Miro and what he's, projected to do. I think Kalen DeBoer is ready for this project. So I think it's a reach. I think Jalen Miro comes out of this spring, barring any injuries. I think he comes away with it decisively.
All right, chat, and I have it for you. Reality or Reach? Will there be a QB battle after spring football has taken place going into the season? All right, looks like and maybe we can put a poll too, right? Reality Reach. All right, but T, I want to get your feedback. Reality Reach on the quarterback. You think Jalen Miller solidifies it?
Yeah, I think he solidifies it.
Okay, so you're saying that that is going to be a reach. Okay, I am going to see a reach as well. I think that. Oh, by the way, did you see that Dylan Lonergan was one of the students of the week?
Yeah.
So students of the week, if you follow Alabama's official Twitter account, guys who are putting work inside the classroom. Smook, you can look that up real quick, who the players were yesterday. But I saw Dylan Lonergan was one of them, which is awesome. Guys getting it done in the classroom and also on the field. I'm going to say that is a reach. You have a quarterback coming in with a tremendous amount of talent. And I think that it is his job going into spring, and it will be his job after spring ball going into the season. Now, we will ask that question again at a later point in time, but I am going to say that is a reach. Did you put up that question, T? And the question is posted inside the comment box, and we'll go over the questions. Did you know you can see all the polls? What are they saying?
There will be another QB battle that the majority thinks so, 56%.
Wow, undefeated.
Yeah. And I think people are just going based off of what Miro did last season. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think people are really going back and watching what Penix was at Indiana before he came to Washington. Like, Penix was like worse. He was bad compared to Miro.
Yeah.
And he picked this offense up. And mind you, he had 3 years in the system, but he wasn't even, when he got into the system, he wasn't even at the level or the skill set that he was presenting that everybody knows him for now. Michael Penix, the first round draft pick, he was Milroe Texas game for like a whole year and a half. And even when he got the starting job at Washington, it didn't click for him for like the first 4 games. And then he just, boom, they went on the streak and he just kept growing. Once he got it, it wasn't one of those things where every step you add on was a struggle move. It was like naturally, gradually progressing because it was that easy to grasp. So I think Miro about to go crazy.
All right. Okay. Smook, your turn. I know you're not prepared, but
I got it. I got one.
Perfect.
I got one.
You think of one too, because you're up next. Go ahead, Coach.
This is from Auntie Janet. I don't have one, but I'm gonna steal hers because this is a good one. We jump into the defense. Auntie Janet, if you in the chat, if you ain't in the chat, somebody text Auntie Janet, tell her to wake up because we're doing her reality or reach. But she said, how many turnovers for the defense? How many turnovers does the defense get this year? And I put a number there. Reality or reach? I say turnovers, total turnovers for this year, because y'all remember I said we were going to have at least 12 interceptions. What I said, 12 yesterday? I think I said 12. No, I put the mark at 14. So let's say 14 interceptions. And I'm looking for this linebacker group and the way that we're going to be blitzing to create a lot of fumbles. So total turnovers for the year, reality or reach? I'm looking at 38. I'm going to go with 38 just because that number just punched me in my face.
But what was the baseline number? You know what I'm saying?
I think 45 was sacks. That's what somebody had asked yesterday. They were saying, what was the baseline? Let me look at stats from last year.
No, yeah, I'm looking at them right now. Okay, let me let's see. interceptions. Yeah, because I need some baseline stats on that.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the defense.
I think we had like
Game.
19 or something like that. And that's why I said 38. This
Well,
defense is gonna be crazy, man.
Okay, time of
This
possession.
this is what's scary, y'all. While Kyle's checking that out. Kane Womack had a defense at Indiana that had 11 interceptions through 4 games in 2019. 11 interceptions, y'all. That's crazy. What are you scheming up? What type of pressures are you sending to make a quarterback?
Yeah.
You know,
Mhm.
that's crazy.
Okay, I want to make a good guess.
And how do I write this? What did he say? The defense.
Let's say over under total turnovers. And Smook, what is your baseline? What are you saying?
I'm gonna say I said 38, but I think I'm gonna drop that 10. 28. I was tripping. I'm gonna say 28 because I'm giving us 14, 15 interceptions in the regular season, maybe more than that. We might average 2 interceptions, an interception a game. So yeah, I'm gonna say 28.
And I can't. Okay, so fumbles lost last year.
28. That's what I'm gonna say. 28, chat.
It looks like Alabama had. Is it 28? They had interceptions. No, yeah. Okay, so Alabama had. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go to a lifeline. Chat, can you look this up? How many turnovers did the defense had? I can't find it. I'm looking at the stats.
You got 4 forced fumbles.
No, I'm talking like total turnovers. It was.
Yeah, I'm trying to add them up.
And this is. I'm gonna have to.
You'd have to literally add everything.
No, but they have it added on like the official stats, like
on the NCAA.
or on Alabama's. How do we not know this?
I'm trying to figure out where the
12 turnovers last season.
There's got to be more than that. I mean,
well, was it?
Was it? Did they have 12
now look, now you remember last year our defense dropped like
it is already
20 some picks
through the first 5 games of 2023 and 24. So do you add 8 to 12? Is that the total?
All right, go ahead.
I need to read the whole thing.
Let me see. I don't see the defensive stats on ESPN. Let me see.
That's what I'm saying. This was a hell of a. This has stumped me. Yeah, Todd. I'm looking at the cumulative right here.
Got us stumped, baby.
I don't see it.
Where is it?
No, I'm looking at cumulative stats here on the back end. I promise you.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
Oh, okay.
Here we go.
But that just goes nowhere. Oh, the way that it's formatted is stupid.
Yeah, this is dumb.
Okay, so they had 12 interceptions and 17 fumbles. And I'm sorry. Stay with me here. They had 12 interceptions last year, the defense, and they had 7 fumbles.
So that was right.
Yeah, so 19.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm putting it at 28.
Man, 28.
This defense play calling style, I like it.
Man, that would be a hell of a lot of turnovers. If they have 28 turnovers, this team is not losing many games at all.
Yes.
I'm gonna say under. I'm gonna say that's a reach.
Okay. I like that.
What do you think?
Under.
Okay, so you're saying reach as well. And you're going over, right? Smoke, you're saying reality?
Yeah, I'm saying 28 baseline.
Okay. Wow.
With it too. I like it.
Yeah,
I don't know why it just.
Okay. No, I like it. Okay. T, what's your reality or reach?
How many times did Milroe get sacked last year?
Oh,
Lordy have mercy. Don't do that.
All right, let's see. Okay. I can pull
Let's say, okay, Milroe gets sacked less than 30 times.
Okay. All right. Let's roll with
Because I think it was like 50.
Okay. Yeah, I have the stats right here. Jalen Milroe last year was sacked 44 times.
Yeah.
Yo,
damn, 44 times.
Golly, man, that's crazy. You know, the fact that we all laughing about that lets you know, chat, how undefeated. Y'all know that's bad, man.
And then we made it that far too.
Yes,
right?
that's the messed up part. And people still doubting like Milroe's ability. I understand he struggled.
That man is like Superman.
I remember one time.
44?
Yeah, I remember at one time after the game, he'd been sacked like 5 times or something like that. And they were like, "How's your body feeling?" He was like, "Fine." Because he's like the dude is a man. Like, like I'm fine. He was like he didn't have like ice or anything like that. He was just like he was pissed. Okay, so what was your question though, T?
So over under Milroe take. I'm saying Milroe takes 30 or less sacks this season.
Okay, I'm gonna
He
say
took 44 last season.
I'm gonna say under.
Yeah, I'm looking at maybe less than 20 because of how this offense is designed. If Miro has 5 sacks in the first 2 games, he won't be the starter for this team
Right.
the rest of the season. That's how timing this offense, timing based offense is in the pass scheme. If he's taking sacks like that, it's because he's just not grasping it. And at that point of the season, I don't think by that time it'll be somebody else's opportunity.
Wow, Caitlin's saying 10 for the season max.
Okay, so
That'd
look,
be scary.
Washington, they
14.
only got
8, right?
No, 12.
Oh, 12. Okay.
Yeah.
12.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that could be close.
Yeah.
And that would be clutch. You got a lot of experience. And this is something that we didn't talk about, the offensive line. I seen like a little leak, heard a conversation. You talking left tackle was what's the kid's name? Not transfer. I mean, Elijah Pritchett. You got Elijah Pritchett, left guard Tyler Booker, center Parkers Brelford, right guard Jaden Roberts, and right tackle Naquil Bertrand is getting the nod right now. With that's a solid offensive line. As much as I want to see young guys get an opportunity, and Rock Montgomery being in that first offensive lineman off the bench type of guy for your interior, and then your tackles is 4 guys that they want to be able to rotate and have situational opportunities for. This offensive line is going to be fresh. It's going to be flexible. So, and they get to be athletes in this style of offense. I'm excited to see what happens, man.
Wait, what? Cody's putting money on a steak dinner on what?
I think he said.
What steak? And what? Okay.
He said.
All right, I'm about to start a food war real quick before our segment ends.
What
okay?
steak?
Ooh, let's do it. You know I love talking food.
Yeah, food war. Okay. So number 1, what is the place that we haven't been to yet? It's like a
Buddies.
Yes. What is it called?
It's Buddies.
Buddies. Okay. Anyone in like Tuscaloosa, has anyone been to Buddies? It's called Buddies like Steakhouse.
Yeah. Right? Yeah. So it's just like a little. Basically, they have steak and like hamburgers. That's it.
Let's go there?
Yeah, it's great, and they have really good.
Can y'all wait for me to come down there, and then we go together?
Yeah.
Look, y'all, I'm intruding on their plans already. I'm just like,
what's your favorite? Your favorite local steakhouse?
Yeah.
Or look, I'm not gonna lie. T, where do I like to go for a steak?
Outback.
Outback. I love Outback.
Outback is clutch every time.
Always good.
Always
it's consistent.
Yeah.
What was that other place that it was my first time going? That was good too.
Texas
yeah.
She hadn't been to Texas.
Oh my God, those
Outback or Texas
rolls?
Roadhouse. Hey, chat, Outback or Texas Roadhouse right now.
Okay,
Outback or Texas Roadhouse.
Yeah, okay.
Let's pull it.
And by the way, the last poll is saying 60% of the chat is saying that there will be another QB battle.
Wow.
Mhm.
Wow.
I think Ty Simpson going to make a push, but if Miro grabs this thing, it's over with for him.
You think Simpson?
No, Outback or Texas Roadhouse.
Okay.
Let's start the war. Start the food war. Food war starts now. Oh, and then and Longhorns. Can you add a third option?
Yeah.
Ooh, you just made it tough.
What else could be up there with Longhorns?
Whoa.
Wait, what's happening?
Crimson Blood.
Oh, my boy. Hey, shout out to Crimson Blood for the $101 super chat. I like how he went above like the regular with the 101, right? I never seen that one.
Because you know why? Because we do the daily fan funder, and if you don't come with
The leaderboard, yeah.
So Lisa,
She lost by 1 cent.
Lisa donated.
I was wrong for that.
$99.99, and so she was in second place.
I was wrong for that.
So, somebody came. What happened? Did somebody come in with 100 and beat her out?
Here's
Yes,
honestly
yeah.
what happened is how I rank them is like in a Google Sheets document, right? And so I just look really quick, like how they're ranked. And if it's a different number, then that's how I'm going to do it. And I try to do it really quick. And I didn't realize it was like a cent off. So
Ah.
but it is. I don't know.
Rules
It's
are rules.
Rules are rules now. So we're sticking with it.
Who's winning the road wars? And then Smook, read out Crimson Blood.
Hey, Crimson Blood, once again, appreciate you for the $101 super chat. Bama football talent is an embarrassment of riches. Also excited for Coach Smook to be live on the streets in T-Town, Texas Roadhouse. Oh, he voted for. I appreciate that. Hey, listen. For me, I don't know, Kyle, because Outback is consistent. Everywhere I've been in America, Outback is consistent.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, but
I've had some misses with Longhorns.
huh?
And Texas Roadhouse isn't everywhere that I've been. So I think it's going to be Outback for me.
Okay, I'm going to say Outback as well. Okay, but look, nobody messes. You know, we could another bread war or another food war we could start is Texas Roadhouse's bread versus versus Red Lobster's bread. Right, those little biscuits. Like we could have a bread bracket. Because no, I'm serious. Red Lobster. I don't even like. I went to Red Lobster one time here. I haven't been back in a while. But look, don't get it twisted. Like that, those little biscuits that they have hit, and like it's different. I like Outback because I feel it's more consistent. So here in Tuscaloosa, it's easier to get to. It's on the other side of town. So it's easier to get to. It's away from downtown, whereas Texas Roadhouse is kind of right in midtown, and it's always packed, and the parking is different. But I think that for just a steak, I get the steak, I get the 6-inch sirloin, I get the baked potato. Damn, I might go to Outback.
We're going Outback.
We going Outback, fam. I don't know. What's who's winning?
Texas Roadhouse.
Oh, by what percentage?
Let's see. Hang on. So 47% Texas Roadhouse.
So it's close.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, no, because there's 3 options.
Oh yeah. So who's in second?
So Outback has 24%, Texas Roadhouse has 44, and Longhorns has 31. So Longhorns is in
Look,
second.
poor Brittany. Brittany's like, I'm fasting.
Oh, we're talking about.
Oh,
Brittany, we are getting our gear out. I promise you. So like we just like started our like giving giveaways and stuff like that. So we got you. So good job fasting. I'm sorry you're starving. I'm getting hungry too. Even Coach Carr is up in here and she's saying Texas Roadhouse rolls. Those rolls hit different. And when they come out hot and you put the butter
honey butter.
Man.
Y'all know I love to eat. So like that. But I think Outback gets me because of that, like all the way they put their spices on the steak at the top. Like it's never overbearing.
What's a salt grass?
Yeah, I don't know.
I never heard of that.
That like the Brazilian spot?
Where you put the red and the green?
I don't know.
Yeah.
There's another.
What do they call it? It's like a Brazilian name. What do they call it? Where you go, you put they come around and you put.
They carve the meat off.
Yeah, but you put red if you're like chilling, or you put green if you want more. What are those called? It's like
it's cinnamon butter. You right, Justin. That's the cinnamon butter over at Texas Roadhouse. Who got the honey butter? Somebody bring out honey butter with theirs. See, and that's the thing. I'll go into Outback or I'll go in the Roadhouse and be looking for Outback stuff because they so similar with the menus and how they.
Yeah.
Or same with Longhorns. The Parmesan crusted chicken from Texas Longhorn. So I might have to change my answer to Longhorns because
the Brazilian steakhouse is what?
They're called churrascarias?
No, that's not what they're called. That's not the one. Churrascarias. Jay is saying they're called
Scarias?
No. Okay, I'm gonna look this up. You guys will know what I'm talking about.
That's what they're called.
I thought it was called a Brazilian steakhouse.
From the Portuguese word for barbecue.
Salt grass is obsolete. Is the absolute best steak you're going to eat. Better than Wagyu?
Huh?
Better than that Wagyu? Because I don't have.
Like, does anybody knows what Toscanos is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Toscanos. I don't know.
That's not Brazilian though.
Meryl, do you know what Toscanos is in the background? Meryl just pulled up.
Saltgrass is mainly in Texas.
You say maybe.
Rodizio is another word for it.
Yeah, fam. I appreciate you guys joining us for this morning segment. He's Coach Smook. I am Kyle Henderson. We have T in the back. We had the T cam out last night.
We
So
did.
T she rolled through up on screen. So we got her a camera.
Yeah, Fogo de Chao. Like,
Man, everybody's hungry.
I know.
Everybody's hungry.
Man, look, stop playing with me, man. I'm telling y'all, I love to
T,
eat.
T and I went to Waysider yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, we pulled up to Waysider after the segment we went through.
I got cereal.
No, I told them up front. I was like, she's gonna take the cereal, and they were like, cereal, the Rice Krispies. I was like, nah. All right. So here's the back end schedule. We got Coach Merrill, we got Coach Jarek, and they'll lead us to the 11 o'clock point, and then we'll go to scoreboard mode for Alabama basketball. Might chime in, one or two spots, and then you guys let us know if you guys want to see the press conference. Coach, I'm going to dip out, but will you please welcome in Merrill?
I will.
Coach Jarek rolls up. Fam, I appreciate you. Crimson Blood, 100 spot, man. We appreciate 101 spot. We appreciate you. Can we get the Benjamin emojis?
Yeah, let's get some Benjamin emojis in
those.
here.
All right. I appreciate you guys. I'll be around. I'm always around. I appreciate you guys. Take care of each other. Thank you for taking care of us. Coach Smook, that was killer. I love the energy, man. And I'm out, but Merrill is in.
Yes, sir. All right, Kyle. Appreciate Kyle. What's up, Jake?
What up? How you guys doing? What a fun morning, man.
Man,
awesome.
Hey, we gotta put the pressure on you off rip before you even speak to everybody and everything. What's the choices? Steakhouse, Texas Roadhouse, Outback, or Texas Longhorn?
Oh, it's this Texas Roadhouse. No
Texas
doubt.
Roadhouse. Okay.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I mean, I'll be honest, man. I remember living down in Alabama, so like I lived down in like Gardendale area.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when I first got there, right, it was like my first time ever living down south ever.
Hold on, time out. Did y'all hear the tone of voice change? He was like, "Oh man, back in good memories, right?" So,
right. So good, so good. No, man, it really was though, dude. Like when I went down there, like I loved it, and so like I start going to these restaurants, right? And one of the first places they take me was Full Moon, and you don't barbecue until you get Full Moon. What's up, Coach Jay?
Coach Jay in the building. Let's go.
Dude, look at that camera. That looks nice. Dude,
it looked better.
Good.
Coach Jay, did you change it up? Or is it just light time?
No, dude, I got a different good, camera. Man.
That's fire, bro.
Yeah, it is. It looks nice.
I'm jealous.
Appreciate it.
Me too. Dude. Look at that nice and smooth.
I'm getting off of this screen. There's no way you come on this doggone show with a better camera. No, this ain't cool. Hey, and then you got your glasses on today. I see you.
I'm getting some different glasses. I'm getting some different glasses. My prescription's starting to wear off a little bit, so I got to get some news.
That boy getting old. You need to eat them carrots. You got to eat them carrots, brother.
They start having that collagen drink every morning.
Yeah, I know, man. I'm eating fruit snacks. I'm eating like a bunch of candy, man. I can't do that anymore, man. I'm trying to form a gut.
Oh, dude, yeah, you don't want that.
I'm trying to get my gut myself. I've been working on a gut for about 3 years. My wife said it ain't gonna happen, so I'm gonna just keep trying. I ain't gonna give up, chat. I'm working on my dad bod. Yeah, working on that dad bod. 35, y'all. I want to be fat at 35 for some reason. Like I want to be fat, and I want to go on like a fitness journey and get back. But I want to get fat. So if y'all can pray for me to get fat, I would appreciate it.
Well, that's easy. Just drink all the beer. Just drink nothing about that Coors, man.
That Coors,
that Coors Light.
Hey, nothing but that piss.
Apple juice. Apple juice.
That's heavy water. Man. That's what it is. But I'm gonna get out y'all way, man. I was just staying on to Coach Jay. Come on, Coach Jay. I ain't told you yet. I ain't been able to tell you. I'm glad you back, man. It's glad to have you back active. And man. Jake, you already know, man. You being added to the team is huge. Mm-hmm. Chat, y'all take care of the bros. Y'all know how to do it. Undefeated. I'm out to this evening. Much love, bros. Y'all handle it. Roll Tide. I'm out, man.
Roll Tide, brother. Yo, Coach Jay, what's going on? Man, that camera's so nice. Like, that looks so good.
What's going on, Coach Morrell?
I'm good. It's been a good Saturday morning. Kind of tune into the show. I got a workout in. That was good. We were just talking about, like, when I moved down. So, like, for me, you've been down to Alabama, right? Are you in Alabama or no?
No, I'm in Buffalo. I'm all the way north. I've been to Alabama a couple times. I've been to Birmingham, I've been to T-Town, of course. I've been there. I've been down there a couple times, man. But what were you trying to say?
No, so like when I first moved down there, right? Like I'm down there and I'm outside in these towns and everyone's so nice. And I'm picking up now and I get to hear like
Mhm.
that Alabama accent. I love it when the ladies especially with the Alabama accent. I'll tell you what. Whoa, you know. But you go down there and they take me out to Full Moon Barbecue. And I'll tell you, holy smokes. I'm just like in a whole nother world because I love barbecue. Right. And from there, I'm just like, okay, I got to start bouncing to all these places and starting to figure out, which one I like the most. And every single time, for me at least, I kept going back to Full Moon, but you know what I did find myself doing a lot is in the mornings
Mm.
I would work out and then I'd pop over to Waffle House because this Waffle House is real clean. It was so nice. The one in Gardendale, you sit down, it's a bunch of old guys talking football, right? Or talking whatever, really, and they're all drinking coffee. And so I sit there and hang out with them all morning, man. And it was awesome. I loved it. I love being down there. It's so fun.
Yeah, I gotta figure out a way because I'm trying to go in the spring. What I'm trying to do, I think we're all trying to do, we're trying to go down there during the spring. But then
Yeah.
I got some other family members like my dad. He wants to take me. He wants to take me. He wants to start to travel a little bit.
Oh,
So
nice. Yeah, man.
I'm going down. I'm doing it this year. I have to figure out where. Like, is it going to be spring? Is it going to be like I have to choose a game? What it's
Mhm.
going to be like? Who knows? Is it going to be the Iron Bowl in November? Is I will say
Right.
this: the Wisconsin game, I'm definitely going. It's like right because like Wisconsin is not that far away from me, so
Yeah.
that game's already circled. That circled for
How
me.
far, how far do you got to drive? Are you going to drive? Right.
Oh, absolutely not.
How,
No, I'm taking.
oh, no, you
I'm
flying.
flying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Okay. Okay.
flying. It's not. Yeah, it's like a 2-hour flight. It's not that bad. If I
Yeah.
drive, it's gonna be. It's good. It's a 10-hour drive. So it's.
Yeah.
I would rather just fly in there. But no, yeah, green. I'm going to. I'm definitely going there. I always wanted to kind of go. It's. I forgot. It's either going to be in Camp Randall
Okay.
or it's going to be in Green Bay. It's one of those two locations. I think it's
Oh,
going to be
man.
in Camp
Okay.
Randall. I hope it's in Camp Randall.
Dude, that'd be great. I mean, it's so fun, like being able to go. So I remember like going through like the recruiting process, right? And you get to go see these like universities. So
Mhm.
it was for me at least, it was like eye opening because these are like some of the first times I had ever gone to some of these places I'd never been before. One of them was like University of Florida. So it's like the year where Tebow, right, and Percy
Mhm.
Harvin are coming in too. And so I go down to Florida and like I'd never been to the swamp, right? And so I go down there and walk into this weight room, and this is, they had that documentary come out about like Swamp
Mhm.
Kings on Netflix, and I look back and I go, damn, that's what it felt like even when you walked in there as a recruit, just from a standpoint of like trying to see. And Urban Meyer was just intense. He's like, you're going to come here, yeah, you're going to work. Guess what? And I don't care if you live or die, but you're going to work. All right. That's the way it goes. I mean, he was intense, man. For a lot of guys, they're like, "Whoa, dude, what's about to happen here?" You know what I'm saying? But it was interesting going to each of those places. Michigan, or like Ohio State, or Texas, Miami. Miami was an interesting one. Um, but you get to go see these places. Oregon was crazy for a middle of nowhere place that has like a Nike sponsorship basically in the
Mhm.
background.
Eugene. Yep.
It's just like the doors slide open, like "Welcome to Oregon." This voice comes out of the wall. It's just insane, right? And so, but I'll tell you what. Now that Alabama and has definitely kind of hit that, they've become the greatest. Now you walk into those facilities, and it's just amazing. Like I mean, oh, geez, you get to see that all the time. You know. Um, uh, yeah, sorry guys, I got a chat back in the back. I had to check something. So we are paying attention. Don't worry. I'm gonna make sure we call you guys out. Undefeated. Yo, good morning. Make sure you throw those thumbs up. Say what's up. We just got in a tangent there. It's nice catching up on Saturdays, as you guys know. And it's awesome seeing everybody. I know we got the basketball game coming up here in about 15
Yeah,
minutes
Chad.
to an hour,
We
right?
getting lost in the sauce, chat.
I know,
We
man.
getting
I
lost in the
know.
sauce.
So
So
we're gonna
no.
roll through this. We're gonna roll through, but we do want to say hi to everybody: Marquetta, Nicole, Caitlin, seeing here, Thomas. What's up, Jay Townsend, my dog? What's going on? Dr 334, Ephraim. What's going on? Who else we got here? Nicole, I saw you in it. I know there's a lot in here. Manuel, what's up?
Mm-hmm.
And we'll keep calling you out as we see it. BB, what's going on? So we love it. We want to make sure we jump in these topics for you guys and have a fun day. And I know you guys will like it. Steve, what is going on, brother? So Nicole, I saw your stuff last night saying it's something like I look like Travis Kelce's cousin or something. That was interesting.
Oh, that's funny.
Dude, I saw that comment. I was like, what the hell? Travis Kelce, get the hell out of here with that.
You dating another Swiftie?
Oh, no, man. No, I don't. Travis Kelce couldn't get the hell out with that stuff. I think she wanted to punch me for it, though. That's what it sounded like.
Oh.
But no, it's pretty funny, man. We have a good time. Jor, what's going on, brother? But yeah, no questions for the day, Jarek. I mean, hit it off, dude. I think number one, the defense.
Yeah. So of course, questions on defense for the most part. Definitely, I guess some sort of positions. Well, I think there's a couple questions. Obviously, is going to be our coordinators. How well will our coordinators perform? So whether it's Womack, Linguist, it's how do we perform there, especially on the defensive backside. This defense is going to be extremely young. And we all know how good this defense was kind of last year. They were 20. I think they were inside the top 25, but they weren't top 10. They weren't top 5. We knew how good the defense was. The secondary was good. Pass rushing unit was there, but it wasn't quite the Alabama defense like we used to see in the past when they're literally were top 5, where like you could be ranked 5th or 6th, and that would be considered a disappointment for a lot of years. Now it's kind of to a point where we've been rebuilding the defense. And then as soon as everything else goes, Nick Saban retires, it looks like it's going to fall all the way down the hell. So, there's a couple questions that I kind of have. Is number one, how well will our coordinators perform from a coaching standpoint? Because, again, the scheme isn't going to change that much. It's not like we having to run the 4-2-5 scheme, but it is going to be now a vital part of the defense. Like the 3-4 scheme is now, I think, out of the equation. You're going to start seeing like guys like Keon. I mean, Keon Keeley will be happy because now he gets to play as a pure edge. Not as a stand-up, you get to play as a pure edge. But then there's like an LT Overton who plays more as a 5. He's going to have to slide all the way out to the outside. And again, the reason why he left A&M, or one of the biggest reasons he left A&M, was because of that particular reason, because they didn't play him in his natural position, which was at that 5. So there's going to be players on this roster that's not going to make the, or I shouldn't say that's not going to make the adjustments, but that's not going to be comfortable at first when it comes to really acclimating to the scheme, because there's a reason why you choose Saban, despite all the coordinator changes and despite all the positional coaching changes. You choose Nick Saban because Nick Saban is going to put you in a position, particularly in a scheme that he feels like you're going to succeed in. And you look at his track record, that has proven true. So I think the defensive line, how is Otis and Keenan, how are they going to fit into the particular scheme? Linebackers wise, I mean, 4-2-5 scheme, it's more spacious for these linebackers. So and last year that was kind of more of our weak points, was the fact how when we try to get out when players went into open space, we kind of we had tendencies to struggle. Hence the Kendrick Blackshire, not the Kendrick Blackshire, aka also the Tresman Marshall controversy, right? Because they weren't really fast enough, and we had to switch out Jahad Campbell because he was faster, but he had his issues. So it's just about how can we be acclimated to the 4-2-5 scheme. Now that's going to be our primary defense, and how well with these coordinators, how well are we going to be there to execute? Because we don't have just one coordinator, we have multiple coordinators, and that's just the one thing that Kalen DeBoer has kind of implemented throughout this entire process. Is he doesn't have one primary guy focusing on this particular duty. He has multiple dudes working at the same time on a particular duty. And that's something that we're not accustomed to seeing. And a lot of times that we've seen during the Saban saga, that's going to be gone. And now we're going to go to DeBoer and we'll see what he kind of does there. So that's just kind of one of the questions I have is definitely our coordinators and how these players are going to be acclimated to the system.
I mean, Mick, gosh, a lot of great points to touch on with that too. I mean, it does seem like that seems to be the trend that we are seeing now, that we are going after more. There seems to be more, good example. We've seen it in the NFL to an extent, right? But now we're seeing it heavily in college, and you're actually starting to see this in high school, where you are splitting up like a defensive back group, right? So when I was playing, everyone, corners and safeties, there was one defensive back coach. It was called defensive backs. That was it. So now you have a corners coach, You have a safeties coach, right? You have we'll switch down to linebackers, right? So you have Womack who will coach. I don't know if Womack's going to coach like kind of take on like the outside like edge rushers, right? Necessarily, maybe like your Wolf. Whereas in like your Wolf, your middle and your sting, okay, or how that's going to work with like with Will Ingle, right? So coming over, so that's going to be an interesting one. I'll say that because he would be a great one for your edge coaches. Okay, so just because if you look at his background with William Ingle, and this is a point I've really wanted to touch on, and we'll dive into it maybe on a different show, but or a different episode. But I will say this is like with him, he has kind of that background of being very successful in coaching his edges. And you saw that with Braylon Trice from University of Washington, who was really rough, right? Like he's going to be a higher draft pick just from the standpoint of his motor. He didn't have that much production this year. Washington's defense wasn't really obviously that good, but for what they did have, they performed and made plays in key moments. Right now, you have like all this talent at Washington, or I should say at Alabama, that you get to foster and grow with. And what's going to be interesting with him, because of his background, he mentored Khalil Mack. Like, whoa, that dude now he's a freak of nature, right? Like freak of nature. But I'll tell you what, like I think he's gonna be all right, and he's gonna bring some really good insight into that position, whether it's working directly with like Freddie Roach, right? Or does he kind of go in between with Womack and Roach, and then when Womack's kind of doing his thing or has to take over some more focus coordinator duties, does he kind of step in and really do the coaching on the standpoint of the linebackers from like I said, the Sting, the Wolf, and your middle linebacker. So that'll be interesting with him, right? And then I think from there you look at like the personnel. And like you're saying, like how from a stand-up to some of these guys who come in, like you're saying from was Overton, right? From Texas A&M. So a lot of people are really high on him. I'm really high on him. I like him a lot. How does he play into the mix? Now, a lot of people have put him as this bandit, right? And that's that weak side defensive end. That is really supposed to lock down the edge. I don't know if that's a position where he thrives or not thrives. And as you're saying like he didn't necessarily like that position, and that's why he came over, right? Like the style.
Yeah, they dropped his weight down. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
He was like 285, and they dropped him all the way down to 265 because they wanted him to play more way on the outside. And I mean, he was good at setting the edge, but he couldn't. He wanted to be a complete player. He wanted to be phenomenal in the interior. He didn't mind rushing in the outside, but he was just an edge setter. And, so that's kind of another question is what's his playing weight going to be? Are we going to get him to 285? Because he's a big boy. Like that dude's 285, 90 in his natural weight. They had to drop him down. And there were times on film, he looked exhausted. Like 3-4 plays, he just looked out of it because that water is just gone from his system.
Yeah, man. That's an interesting point, right? Like what you just brought up. I don't know if a lot of people have touched on this, and I'm going to touch on it right now. With Overton, why wouldn't we jump him back up in weight? Okay, let's just theorize this. Let's say, hey, go back and gain that weight. Feel good about that. We're good with you rotating and being a 3-man rotation, very similar to what Seahawks did when they had a really stellar defensive line. We would like you to do a rotation with like our D tackle and our nose tackle, because your nose tackle, if you can rotate with a nose tackle in this defense, because of how crucial it is, that nose tackle plays that one technique, and you have to be able to hold your own and stuff that gap and really shut down the middle, right? Like you want a guy who they have to double team. Can Overton do that? And you're right. Like bombs, you just threw out a good one on here, and I'll throw this up there. Overton needs to be 280, 290. I would be good with that. I would. And then let's see if the guy is one of those dudes who performs, right, and can maybe play with Keenan and Otis, because I think that's where you see your where he would switch between as far as that D tackle and the nose tackle, right? Because your defensive tackle, right, as playing your 3 technique. Okay, so I really like that. I would feel good about that, because then maybe we could bring over, right, some of these guys, because we have so much depth at the edge. Do you see that, like from a roster standpoint? Just like I mean, we are so deep. Like
It's a lot of 5
like
stars, man.
holy smokes!
Still a lot of 5 stars.
And at that point, you start to say, well, okay, who is your next guy who can come up and set that edge, play that natural defensive end position, right? Because that bandit is meant for that weak side, right? Where they can play and really lock it down, because the weak side plays to the boundary in this defense, right? So those guys you have in your weak side have to be able to do it all. So that means your weak side, like your boundary cornerback, who I talked about a little bit last night with I'm blanking on names right now. Hold on, let me pull this through real quick. I think it was Tony Moore, right? Especially if we have Saab that jumps over from Michigan.
Keon, yeah.
Because then I would feel good moving like Tony, who can come up and play the run, but also has a pretty decent coverage, skills. I would feel good moving him over there, and then having Damani Jackson with his speed on the field side, on the wide side of that defense. See what I'm saying? And then maybe playing one of these younger guys into that bandit, and who would step up into the wolf. And that'd be because that's your strong side edge stand. I mean, that's your go, man. Like that's your dude. You just say, go get that QB, dude. You know what I mean? Like that's what's exciting. I love that. And chat, we sorry, man. We're in this undefeated. We're getting through our conversation. We keep missing out on some of these things maybe that you guys are talking about. So if there's questions or whatnot, remember that super chat too. Throw something out there so we can see it.
Yeah, that's going to be easier for us to see.
It is 100%. Moon Rocka coaches, I'm pretty sure. I'll throw this up there. Pretty sure Saab is promoted regular, not like Saab. Like Sab, like Saab, Saab. Okay, I get maybe Sab. I don't know. I'm not going to sit there and pretend like I'm really good at knowing how to pronounce all these things. I cannot. Hey, if it, all of us mess up. The other one was too, is like Womack. Everyone was saying Womack, right? And then somebody's like, hey, it's Womack. It is Womack. And I'm like, dude, I know that. I've read it so many times, and I keep messing that up. So I apologize. I do. If I'm mispronouncing, I apologize.
We'll get it right.
We will. We'll get there. No worries. Yeah. It's all good. But I mean, what else do you see from like is there any other position group? Obviously, we all talk about the corners. Like, do you see what do you see in that defensive backfield, like for the DBs, right? Because I think that's considered our weakest spot on defense. So
I think this class literally could be a possibility. You may see 4 to 5 guys legitimately compete. I would not be surprised. Now, I'm a big fan of the Trinity League. I'm a huge fan of Trinity League in Cali. That league has produced so many NFL quality players. It's ridiculous out of the last 10 years. Obviously, I look at guys like Peyton Woodyard, and I look at guys like Damian Brown from Alder Day. I think that these are 2 potential kids that could get an opportunity to see the field. These guys, again, when we're talking about their coaches, these coaches are getting paid just as much as college coaches are right now. And so, I mean, you're talking about advanced kids. I think Peyton Woodyard, he actually played in 2 different defensive schemes. I think that Xavier, for the most part, because their old coach, he retired. I forgot what his name is, but he retired not that long ago. So I feel like they went out there and they kind of changed some things up. I got to really kind of take a look more at what Modern Day was able to do with their defense. But just looking at how they kind of play, I think Peyton Woodyard is kind of more of that. He's kind of more like an Xavier McKinney type of player. Xavier McKinney, that type Brian Branch type of player where he actually can play man coverage. If you wanted to play man coverage more in the slot. But more particularly, for the most part, he's going to come down. He can play straight up in that box as that extra set of linebacker. He's a bigger safety when he's kind of let on to be, and he's a menace. That dude is a menace. That dude can fill a gap like it's no tomorrow. When it comes to playing on the edge support, he's been absolutely terrific for them there. He's a bigger guy that I think could definitely fill in that gap. And that's something that I think that honestly I think we missed last year, because as good as Kool-Aid and as Terrian was, we did not have that one true safety that was truly menacing that was truly menacing there. Like DeMarco Hellams could play that role. Again, you look at what Pete Golding did with him; it was an absolute disgrace. But it's we need one of those guys kind of there. So I would not be surprised at all if Peyton Woodyard potentially competes. Again, I think Xavier Brown has an opportunity to compete. Again, they could have him playing more in the slot, but I think he's got the size and the physicality to play on the outside if you really want him to. There's legit 4 to 5 guys. Jalen Mbakwa, I think he's going to be a little bit raw, but he's got the ranginess to play more as a free if you really want him to. There's a lot of young cats that definitely can go out there that can go out there and play. Like Tony, like Robinson, of course. I'll always call him Robinson because I have a friend named Tony Robinson. But Tony Mitchell,
Tony Mitchell,
Tony Mitchell has got the talent to play. But again, it's one of those position groups where that thing's not going to be set. I think that entire secondary is pretty much it's open season, and that's why I think a lot of these young guys can have a huge opportunity. And I think a lot of these guys in this class know that it's going to be a huge opportunity for them to really go out there and play. I think for the most part, it is going to be open season, and I can't wait to see. I think spring is going to be very, very telling, especially with who's on first team and second team, to see who outright could win that job going into fall camp.
Yeah, that man for me. I'll tell you this: for spring ball, I am so, I'm so excited. Like, excited to watch spring ball. Like, and for the A game will be fun too. Those games, like, I remember those, man. Like, for those types of games, like you get pumped. It's nice, but you get real sick of like playing against each other, and then like fall ball's coming, and you're gonna have to do it again with 2-a-days. So you don't necessarily see guys like fully balling out like you wish you could. You know what I'm saying? Like they're like, come on, let's go. But I will say this from the guys you listed, I like let's say from the freshman standpoint, incoming freshman, Ken. Woodyard looks great, looks really good. From the size wise, from his abilities, I could see him playing. I could see him playing a really good free safety. I could see him in a rotation back there, potentially with like a Malachi Moore. All right. No, okay. I don't know what's going on over here with our chat group. Sorry, there's a long one, but that's not for us. But I'll tell you this, like he's talented. He's really good. All right. I'll tell you, like I can see him jumping into the rotation. Xavier Brown's definitely, I would imagine, will compete for a starting spot. I think, man, if he's, depending on what happens, right, with the spring portal, because that's going to be really big. What's going to happen? Right. Who do we bring in?
You could add a Keon, because you could add Keon all the way over here, and then you never, like April 15th, I keep mentioning, man, it's Judgment Day. April 15th is Judgment Day, man, and this is where you're truly going to see a lot of these. Like the reason why the transfer portal is so quiet now is because there's no point going in there. There's no point going in there. You're going to be stuck in the portal, without any schools looking. You're just stuck there.
And I will pop this up too, because Jay Kelly, you had a question here. Merrill, how did KD do spring game at UW? If you're asking about like how did it work, like how did it play? I mean, for us, like it doesn't work. It's not, how do you say it? It's more so low. It's not as big as the South, put it that way, right? But as far as like you get down there and like you get opening, he'll call plays because it's still considered as a practice, right? Like they still want to see competition. And this year is going to be really important because they're going to use it this year, especially to a percentage that you're going to get guys out there and to say, okay, hey, this is like going for the NFL, right? There's a reason they have the preseason, preseason games. Okay, that you get young guys and they get to test themselves, and we get to really see how they play. I think KD is going to use the A game in a very A day, right? In a very, like, for the spring game here is going to be very similar. Okay, you're actually going to see some stuff. Now he's not going to open the playbook up. You guys aren't going to see any wild kind of fun plays. There will be some motion, right? There's going to be some movement because they're going to be going against each other in practice. This is something I've kind of discussed already, and I do want to go in depth on this, of why this team will be really good, because there is some serious doubters out there. Especially, I saw an article today that pissed me off. But I'll tell you this: it's like I think with them, they're not going to open the playbook, but you are going to see some exciting stuff because they want to see how these guys like perform. And now there's a crowd, and you know what? This will be a great one for all the fans to get out there and fill it up and just get loud. Get as loud as you possibly can. You want to know why? You want to help a team out? Go out there during those opportunities where these guys can go. They can feel what it's like when there's excitement in the air. So that way they can start getting used to it. You can only mimic that so much on an indoor facility or over speakers. But when it's real, then they get opportunity just to experience it. And it does this. It gets you excited. Like you want that back. There's something about that feeling, that adrenaline. You want it again. It becomes addictive. So what do? You start performing at a higher level. So something to think about there. But I think like you're saying, like there's going to be a lot of questions. We'll see it in spring, and with that DB group, we'll be pleasantly surprised come the end of spring, going into fall. What we're looking at, I think so.
No,
at least.
yeah,
So.
that's a good trend. That's a good transition to the biggest play on offense because, yeah, I mean, I want to see what this offense. I do want to see what this offense looks like when when all that pressure is on them. Because, like I said, this is not going to be how it was last year. This is going to be this is not a Chip Kelly offense, of course, but this is going to be a much more advanced offense from an analytical standpoint. This is going to be an offensive scheme that's not going to be. This is not going to be a complex scheme, but this is going to be a as quarterback as a friendly scheme that you could potentially imagine, especially when it comes to Jalen Milroe. It really is going to test him. It's going to test his football acumen. It's going to test his ability to process information quickly and decisively as possible. One of the things that I liked about Michael Penix Jr. so much and how well he was able to kind of fit himself in the offense was how he was able to throw the deep ball with great leverage, great velocity, great touch. How he was able to kind of throw dudes open, hit them in the right particular spots, getting the ball out as fast as possible. Was able to read and process information, especially when it comes to defensive coverages and manipulating certain defenders with his. I mean, it was a joyful ride. People will take that Michigan game and they're ripping Michael Penix apart because of that game.
Dude, so mad by that game, man. So that game pissed me off so much.
Yeah.
Because I go back and I've watched that tape because I'm like, hold on, timeout. Michigan wasn't doing anything special. What the hell is going on, right? And because the same thing. That is the same thing with the Alabama game because I really want to see Alabama. I want to see Nick get back into championship. I'm not like I have respect for Michigan. I have respect for like the history there. I do, but I'm not like the biggest Michigan fan. I love the way they play defense, right? Again, like they probably touched on this morning, but some of the looks they gave on defense will be similar to what we'll see now at Alabama under Womack. Granted, Womack has a lot more. There's a lot more variety to it, but I'll tell you, like that's why someone like Saab would be really good. Like Keon would be really good. He would be able to translate really well into his defense. But going back to what you're saying, it's like Penix, man, like that game, they should have beat Michigan. The reason why he missed 3 open dudes for touchdowns.
Yes, he did.
3 open dudes. That changes the momentum of that entire game because somehow that defense sucked in the first quarter, thought they would probably the whole game, and then they woke up. Something happened. And that seemed to be the whole season.
Football is a game of momentum, man. Like my coaches say, man, football. It comes down to 4 plays. Like 4 plays is the difference from a blowout to a potentially you winning it close. Like it's, and they missed out on so many opportunities. Like Michigan was giving them the looks.
Yeah.
And I hate that about Michigan because even in the Alabama game, they will give you the looks. It's all about can your quarterback execute on the play? Because if your quarterback can't execute, it's over. The games were done now.
The sad part for Alabama though was that the damn offensive line play in that game.
Oh, it was just
like
screwed
Milroe up. I would not put that game on Milroe. And then who the hell calls it? I understand what you had looked at through the entire game and you saw it open. That's why he calls it. But the very last play of the game, you call a quarterback draw like 5 yards out from the line of scrimmage. Are you kidding me? You don't even give yourself. All it takes is one dude to get the arm in the perfect spot. He trips up and he's down. The number game on that doesn't make zero sense. I don't know what Reese was thinking, and forever I will be so pissed off about that play. I literally got up and I was like, dude, what? That's how you end the game on a damn quarterback draw? You're joking me. You don't even give him a chance to get outside, like where he can perform. Crazy to me, man. But this comment I do want to get out, J.A. Kelly. I mean, with Saban would do first offense, second defense, one team, first defense. Like, yeah, no, you'll see that same thing. But I think you will see ones versus ones. That's for sure. You're gonna see a series.
You'll see ones, twos.
Yeah, you're gonna see it all. But then as the game goes on, you're gonna see the rotation. You're gonna see different guys coming in here and there, and for a good chunk of it, they might do ones on ones and just do rotation to see how people fit in right under that. I couldn't believe it. I see the comments on here too with that QB draw. That pissed me off. But some of the big names on offense, right? Like when we look at the offense and we're coming through, like who are we most excited about? Like which position groups are, we most excited about, and who is it? Who's the person that we get to sit there and say, or maybe the two or three that we get to say, hey, let's go. Like this is who we're gonna watch. For you, who is it?
Justice Haynes and Richard Young. Like let's just go. I don't listen. I am not the biggest Jam Miller fan. I'm just
okay. What do you not like about him?
So when I watch Jam Miller and I kind of watch him play, I think he can be he's a true rotational back, right? I think he's tough. I think he runs with toughness. He runs with certain confidence. But when I watch Jam Miller, I think sometimes he kind of misses. He kind of misses to hit the hole at particular times. Sometimes he wants to try to bounce it out a little bit too. He wants to bounce it out a little bit too much. Sometimes Sometimes he bounces it. Sometimes he will just straight up try to hit the hole when he could have just bounced it. Like there's just certain things about Jam Miller that I look at him and I'm just saying to myself and saying that I cannot see that dude as a starting running back in Alabama. Like it's the same thing with Rodell Williams. Like when I watch Rodell Williams, he's tough. He'll follow, like he'll do his assignment, he'll do his job, he'll hit the hole. He's extremely tough. But when I look at him, I don't see TJ. I don't see TJ Yeldon. I don't see Derrick Henry. I don't see a Brian Robinson. Quite frankly, I don't see where everyone's talking about saying how these two are going to be special backs. I knew Derrick Henry was special when he took his first handoff when he went up against Arkansas. I knew that TJ Yeldon was special during that 8A game. That was my first 8A game, by the way. When he ran for 130 yards in that 8A game as the number 2 running back. You can tell when a running back is going to be dominant, and quite frankly, we haven't had it. I think that we're so used to running backs dominating at the collegiate level. We're so used to it that every single running back that we pick up, we think that they're going to automatically translate and they're going to be destructive. And quite frankly, for the last 3 to 4 years, we haven't had that guy. Jason McKellen's been a good running back. I don't think he's been a great running back. I think the one talent, and if you go and if you go back and watch my videos, Jan Sports, I was clamoring for that dude to get on the football field. That dude's talent, from his elusiveness, from his agility, his footwork, his vision. There's no way in hell that dude should have been the 4th string guy. There's no way in hell that dude should have been the 4th string running back. We were all clamoring for Justice Haynes to get on the field, but I think so many people were so swayed to saying, you know what, these are the 3 guys. They're talented guys. They're 4 and 5 stars for a reason. Justice is going to have to wait his turn. I'm like, no, he does not have to wait his damn turn, because TJ Yeldon didn't have to wait his turn. He didn't have to wait. Like why? He didn't have to wait his turn. Trent Richardson didn't have to wait his turn. Get the best players on the football field. And Justice Haynes had to sit behind, for an entire year. And then we saw in the Michigan game how he averaged 7 yards per carry and never saw the football again. So it's just one of those situations where I take a look at Richard Young, and I think that dude is the best running back. Right next to Justice Haynes, I think he's the best running back. And we'll see what Daniel Hill can present.
That'd be interesting.
We had a couple other guys. Yeah, we had a couple other guys. We'll see that we present, but I don't think we have an elite. I don't think we have an elite running back roster. I think we have a couple guys that can go out there and perform and do well. I think Justice Haynes is the one elite player I think that we have right now on this roster, and the running back that I think is going to explode. But I don't know. Like I think these two guys can be very, very special for this team. I think Richard Young's he's a better version of Rodell Williams. He's a better version. He's faster, and he's faster, bigger burst, and he's overall wise a more stocky. He has that same stockiness type build as Rodell. Yeah. But he's a faster version. He's a faster, and he can hit the hole way more violently and way more explosively than Rodell does, in my opinion.
100%. Well, and what I think too is like for the freshman guys coming in, I think you have Kevin Riley and Daniel Hill. I think they could potentially see maybe some work. I think it's going to be hard. I think Jam's still going to get rotation in there, especially if you get better offensive line play, because I think that was maybe what Jam ran into. If you guys go back and look at his film, okay, is maybe his vision right away isn't that good, right? Like, so when he takes the initial handoff, you can see he has a hard time like searching for the hole, and then he kind of makes like a split decision, right? Go ahead, Coach Jay. You can grab that.
What do you say? I agree with you. I agree with you, Coach Jay. I don't think Jam knows his assignment most of the time. I may be wrong, but it looks that way. Yeah, I don't know. It's like when I take I see a comment from Jay Kelly says Trent Richardson, he didn't start from his freshman year. No, but he shared the load with Mark Ingram. He shared for those 2 years. I mean, Trent Richardson had close to 100 carries, and Trent Richardson he averaged 6 yards per carry, and he had 700, 800 yards rushing as a true freshman. Justice Haynes, he couldn't see the ball, and I'm like every time he touches the ball, which was rare at times, I'm talking with the coaches. I'm like, how in the hell is this dude not at least the second string guy? Because I'm looking at Rodell Williams, I'm looking at Jam. I don't see it. I don't see how these players are better.
Yeah, and that's the thing, man. Is like you look at this, right, and I think we run into like, okay, you had these guys. How much of it was offensive line play? How much was it, maybe like some development issues? Like I said, with Jam, I think his issue is he has a really difficult time finding the hole right away. I think in open field he does better, right? Like he's strong as hell. Like that dude, he is. You watch that dude run in open field. There's not a lot of people who probably want to get in his way and tackle him, right? And so, and not a lot who could bring him down. Now I love Justice Haynes. I think he's going to go off. And then go from there. Like that's where Richard Young comes in, I think. And if you watch though, what's interesting with this too is if you do watch, right, like Washington and the way their rotation was, there will be like a 3-back rotation, potentially 4, depending on how many points they're scoring a game. I would expect it to be in the 30s at minimum, if not the high 30s with this sort of roster, right? And everybody, I'll go back and I'll say this. And I've seen all the comments in here for those who maybe haven't tuned into different shows and whatnot or different segments of the day and listen to everybody. I know everybody's worried about Nick Sheridan. Like, I'm telling y'all.
There's nothing to worry about Nick Sheridan.
There's zero.
No.
I'm gonna tell you this right now. Grubb might have put a couple of changes here and there into this offense just from a standpoint of how he maybe sees things, but he's also made a lot of mistakes. If you read an article back on Grubb, when he had to call this offense alone for the first time was in 2019. We realized 2019 is how long ago? 4 years ago, right? So with that being said, 4 or 5 years ago, okay, good. But with that being said, he did terrible. He did absolutely terrible. So what does he do? He goes back and he teams up with KD, calls the offense again. KD works with him, okay, and now Grubb, right, over a course of 3 years, let's say, he's a stud, and now he's going to the NFL, okay, like, and they believe in him, so good luck, I think he'll be successful. Here's the next part to that. Sheridan, he's called this offense already too at Indiana, and he's also had a very much a big responsibility for Penix's early years, okay. That's a good thing because Penix, before he got hurt at Indiana, was one of the top quarterbacks in the nation.
Coach Sheridan got didn't Sheridan didn't he get there? I think a year after Grubb, or did they both go at the same time? Yeah, to him to go to Washington.
Yeah, so he comes the same time because He
Got it.
when he leaves, right? KD leaves. He goes to I forgot which school he goes to in between, right? But then Sheridan has 1 year himself of calling that offense. He actually did a great job. If you look at the beginning of the season, he's doing great. But then Penix got hurt again, and then they started having a bunch of offensive line injuries, and they used him as like the fall kid, right? He was the fall man. They said, okay, we fired our OC. That's why we were garbage, blah, blah, blah. No, that's not true at all. But let's just say, so then he goes to Washington under KD and he learns this offense in detail. If we have any doubts that Sheridan is about to be even the slightest drop off with Sheridan, wrong. Thanks, Moon Rocket was Fresno before he goes. Yes, you're right. We're completely 100% wrong. Sheridan, there's going to be zero drop off, and we might even actually see better production results. Just from a standpoint, if you got this guy sitting in the back doing his own thing, like being very much involved. And what's beautiful with him is he's involved both in offensive line, understanding like the blocking schemes very, very well, because he's coaching tight ends for a couple of years. But he also understands the quarterback room because he coached quarterbacks for so long, hence the early development of Penix. And then he also now has this great team up with Shepard, which those two together have already been working together, working with tight ends and wide receivers. All right. And in the combination of the passing game, if there's going to be zero drop off, I think people got so worried about that, and it's none. You know what I mean? And I think that goes into like who's going to be your best players. What's your most exciting play, I guess, area to see? Who's going to be your biggest offensive playmakers? I'm putting this, man. I'm going all my money in on Jalen Milroe winning the Heisman.
I said it before. If he can excel in this offense, it's a wrap. He's going to be a top 5 pick because he's got the size. He's got
Jaden Daniels 2.0.
Exactly. Like I said, Jaden Daniels at Arizona State. He showed the potential, like that Oregon game where he balled out, showed his potential.
Yep.
But
boom,
he got to LSU, struggled a little bit under that first year, and then all of a sudden he got acclimated. The receivers got acclimated because the receivers were. Yeah. They did not adapt well to that entire offense. It wasn't just Jaden. It was that entire. It was new. It was that scheme was new compared to what they were in the past. So all of a sudden, that second, you saw what Jaden Daniels and Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas are probably going to be first round picks. I mean, this could be the type of year if he excels. He's got the size. He's definitely got the arm talent. It's just now just putting it all together, being more consistent with his footwork.
That's right.
Just again, following up with his progressions, processing information a little bit more quicker. It's a few things where he can fix on it, but we've seen it be improved. It's not like we haven't seen it. We've seen it been improved before. It's just about being more consistent and putting it all together. But I think Nick Sheridan, and even if Nick Sheridan stinks up the joint, Kalen DeBoer is taking over the offense. And
that's the thing
he's taking over the offense. That's the thing that people got.
I don't think Nick's going to do that, man. I think KD, because he did the similar thing until he was comfortable enough with Grubb actually calling it himself, right? But I think he is going to have a lot of input on what's being called and how the game's looking. Okay, and I do think, like, again, people just don't get this. It's the hard part with Milroe, and I get really frustrated when people bring this conversation up, or they make this argument. And they're like, "Well, Milroe was so bad on the short ball." Dude, he's dropping the ball off, and he's in this sort of offense. He's dropping it off on like a short little bubble, right? He's dropping it off on some pick plays, very quick. He's not throwing outs. Okay, he's not throwing like these complex routes that are actually for a quarterback, right, who has a lot of power and they have to learn to tone it down.
Yeah,
that's right.
Not doing that.
He's not going out and those aren't the route combos that he's seeing. The route combos are all, besides specific ones called, but they're all meant to come into his natural line of vision. Okay, that is, imagine, like, just think about that when you start to see things with your peripheral vision that are opening up into your line of sight right down the middle. It becomes a lot easier, right, to make these plays and these throws and to feel more comfortable. Not to mention, if we think no matter what goes on with who we hire from a coaching standpoint for the offensive line, it doesn't matter who it is. I mean, it's going to be somebody good. Somebody's going to do a good job. It's just the KD way. Like I say it all the time. Like he does not settle for anything less than perfect. That's just not his style. He's almost probably more of a stickler to an extent than Saban is. Like, and I'll say that just from a standpoint of like, you look back and everywhere he's been and how he wins. He is a stickler. Mm-hmm.
The
Like
offensive seed.
That's right. I mean, and it goes back to like that. It goes back to who wins, like how he's won so far and what he's done. You know what I mean? And I'll tell you, like, that's the thing about him is he, you know, what has he done so far in his career? We can look at every single place he's been and he wins everywhere. That's just, I mean, everywhere he goes, doesn't matter where he goes. So yeah. What do you think of that, Jay?
No, I agree. I mean, and that's one of the things. I think this is where people are not understanding. DeBoer has dealt with less talent than Jalen Murray at the quarterback position, and somehow, some way, those guys were able to translate to on the field success. And so, I mean, he's 104 and what 104 and 12 for a reason throughout his tenure, everywhere that he's been at. I don't care if it was at Sioux Falls. I don't care where it's at. He's been successful from a lower Division I standpoint, from a D2 standpoint, from a everywhere. He's been extremely successful. So we'll see what he's been able to do. And I can't wait. I literally just can't wait to see how this offense is. Again, we're not going to see the full package. We understand that. But I think just really getting to see the beginnings of how this offense is going to look like and how Jalen Murray is going to be incorporated in. That's the key. That's going to be the key because
I'm stoked, man. Because that's what KD does. I mean, dude, everywhere he's gone, every single place he's gone, you guys got to remember he hasn't gone ever to all these different places to have like Bama personnel. Each place, I mean, you look at Sioux Falls, okay? Let's just say the high school team, his very first coaching job. Do you think he had a bunch of like 5-star athletes out there?
Oh, absolutely not.
But guess what he does? He goes undefeated. He goes undefeated. His very first coaching job ever. How many guys can say that? He doesn't know what he has out there. He walks out there and adjusts as a young guy. His very first coaching job, young coach, makes adjustments based on the personnel. That's impressive. It really is. And that's what I'm saying is like I have so much confidence in him and what we're going to see. So I know we're going to see the leaderboard today. So we got the super chat. So we did combine that. So besides super chat and our fan funders, we combined the daily leaderboard and we're really excited. Make sure you get those super chats in, fan funders. We appreciate you. I know we're going to be bringing some special exclusive content for our fan funders and getting in there. And so for number one, we got Crimson Blood 22 at 101 for the day. Second, we got BB. BB, you're always up there in the leaderboard. I'm impressed. Somebody got to try to kick BB out. Let's go. You know, let's go. BB's always on there, man. Like, it's impressive. You got Jay Townsend always gets up there too. Patriot Life, always in here doing amazing things. Always gifting too. The gifting, man, I love that. I love when you guys gift and get guys in here and people in here to be part of the team and part of this like Bama football on YouTube family. It's so awesome. Part of that undefeated. And third, we got undefeated 1 at 26.94. Fourth, we got Patriot Life. Appreciate you, man. 24.95. And Dwight Pruitt at 5th at 5. We appreciate that. 100. And then welcome our new members. And Jay, I can't really see that. I don't know if you can see that better than I can.
Right at the bottom, right next to join.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Yeah.
Yeah. So we got undefeated 1. He gifted 5 Bama. He gifted 5 of them joints for the Bama football YouTube channel. We appreciate you so much. BB gifted 10 of those things. Patriot Life gifted 5 of those things. So, man, so yeah, new members. So you got guys like Urban Williams, Chris Williams, and Fluffy22. We appreciate you guys so much for, of course, becoming a member of the YouTube channel. Like I said, if you want to support the coaches, that is going to be one of the best ways to become a fan funder and also joining the membership. Plus, you get to see our little emotes. And do you have your emote, Coach Morrell?
Man, I don't know. I can't see them, man. Like I can't when they post them. Like I can't see them in the chat side, so I don't know if they're posting my face. But I've heard that I now have my little emojis out there. I've heard. I mean that's pretty sweet. I love it. I love it. I know you guys are really excited for this basketball game coming up because they are about to debut everybody the new rollback style jerseys. Those are going to be sweet, man. I'm excited to see those. I know Kyle's talking about getting a pair of shorts. Man, they are.
Who's getting a pair of shorts?
Kyle's saying he want to get a pair of those shorts, man.
Oh no, come
Well,
on now. I mean,
dude, I like it, man. They look good. You know, I love it. And I'm all about that. There was a comment in here too. I wanted to get to. I saw it in there. Walt, let me show that real quick. Walt Merrill, do you think if Coach KD would have beat Michigan for the Natty, he would have still came to Bama? Yes, he would have. And the reason is because I'm going to tell you right now, the way KD works, again, you guys, if you look through his history, you look at what people have said about him. I mean, you read about the coaches who have coached him, some of the guys he's been like best friends with, who he continues to be best friends with. There's a really good story about a guy who's a beat writer, right, in Sioux Falls. Okay, and I'll tell you this, man, like. He says, I knew KD from a standpoint of covering him. We had conversations, but it's not like we were like, in my mind, I didn't think we were like super close. He goes, years later, I see him and he comes up to me. He gives me a big hug and he goes, hey, I just love you, man. Like, how you doing? How's life? How are you? He just treats him like a best friend. And the guy's like, it just went to show his character, right? So the reason I bring that up to your question, Walt, okay, is his character, his style is he believes in himself. He's comfortable in his own skin, but he also knows how to win, and he wants to continue to cement that. And he said it himself. He said, and he's not going to say something he doesn't mean. I mean, the guy, like when he's emotional, he's like Dan Campbell. Like when he's emotional, he cries, and people want to give people shit for that. You know what? Cry all you want. If you got that much passion,
as long as you win the game, I don't give a crap.
I don't. It doesn't matter to me. Like, dude, good for you. Like straight up, don't hide those back. Have confidence in yourself, man. And if you give that love and that passion, cry away. And he's one of those guys. I mean, dude, he cried after losing the national championship. KD did because he wanted those guys to win so bad. Mm-hmm. What does that say about him going and picking Alabama? What does all that say? It's in his character and his belief to say, man, I'm good enough to follow up Saban. And if there's one place I would go to really cement that legacy, you realize he did that at Sioux Falls because the coach he backed up at Sioux Falls is a legacy coach. Okay. He's a legend there. So he goes there and he goes, man, I'm going to go cement myself at University of Alabama at the deepest history, I guess, of any college football team in the nation. Right. So that's why I think he did do it. It had nothing to do. Everyone was like, it's money, dude. What's the difference between like 5 million and 10 million? Another 5 million? That's great. Guess what? I'm already a millionaire. I feel good about it. I can get the car I want. I can get the house I want. You know what I mean? Jay Townsend, my dog. Go ahead, Coach Jay.
Get to 5 members, man. See, that's what I'm saying, man. See, Jay was slacking. Jay was slacking on that leaderboard a little bit, man. So he's been trying to come.
Like, I'm getting up there, man. I'm beating baby today.
I see you.
No, man, but we appreciate you, Jay. Like that's so awesome. Man, we love that too. And that, again, that just brings more people in. We want you guys to enjoy it. Make sure if you haven't, right? I know we got like 250, roughly 249 watching or more. Make sure you hit the thumbs up. I hope you guys love this stuff. I hope the content you love and that we're bringing to you is what you guys want to hear. I know I have fun bringing it out there. So what else do we got for today?
Oh, let's see. Oh, okay. I must say. I think we can do real quick. I guess we can do his win projection. I think what DeBoer's win projection I think looks so far. I guess real quick. Mm-hmm. I think real quick. If we're talking about, I don't know if we're talking about the whole package, but if we're talking about like just the regular season, I think 10 wins. I think he can get 10 wins. I would, if we go 10-2, like 10-2 means nothing now. You go 10-2, you're still going to be in the playoffs, or you still have a great chance to make it. So that means nothing. But I think, especially because of how young this roster is, I would not be. I think that should be a reasonable expectation. If you can go above that, excellent, great. But I think that's something that, at least so far, with the projection, it could be completely different in April 15th once that portal window opens up, and we can get more players to come to the program again. If we can land a Keon Sapp, and who knows, Michigan players. It could be more of them crumbling, and it could be people, because when you got these spring games going on, these transfers, they may not get the opportunity that they were promised to get, and they can go right back out, and they can get an opportunity here. So, but I think for now, I think 10 wins is somewhat reasonable. Yeah,
I mean, I do too. I feel good about, Vegas is over 9.5, I think. Yeah, I saw that by Dylan. I did see that. And there's so much more I could talk about with this stuff. Like, I want to get into it. I would feel better about, like, again, what Nicole just said it perfectly. I say 11-1 as well. And the only reason I would say 11-1 is I think that Georgia game is going to be tough.
Yeah.
That's the one game for me that's kind of like that big
That's
test.
gonna be a tough game.
It's game
That's
4.
gonna be a game if we lose to them in the first, like,
it doesn't matter.
This is what, yeah.
In the end, it doesn't matter if we lose or win.
There is a chance we can play that team 3 times.
100%. At this point, I wouldn't worry about that.
Like,
you know
that game does not mean nothing anymore. What would hurt if you lose another game, then because you still have a chance to miss. I mean, I remember back in 2019, we were 10-2. Our last game we lost to Auburn. We weren't even ranked in the top 12. We were I think we were 13th, right? And we played Michigan in the Citrus Bowl that year. They were 14th. So there's a chance that you can still miss out, even if you lose a couple games, even if you are Alabama. So
yeah,
but still, I mean, 10-2, that does, give you a great chance to get in there. But I don't know. The playoff system is pretty flawed. I'm not gonna lie to you. As fun as it going to be, it's so flawed. It's ridiculous.
Well, man, there's an article that came out today, and gosh, guys, the basketball game has just started, so make sure you're tuning in on that. Let me get you all the channel real quick. I know Kyle's saying something we were gonna do for the basketball game. If he was gonna, I forgot what he said he was gonna do. Maybe Smook or something. I gotta check though for the basketball game. Anybody have that channel? If you do, throw it up right away because I don't have it up right now.
Is that on SC Network?
What now?
Is that on SC Network?
It must be because I don't see it on ESPN right now. Unless someone else is seeing it on ESPN. If you do, throw it out there on the chat. It is a ESPN, Tink. All right, Tink says it's on ESPN. Okay, good, cool. And then I know Moonrock, you had a question. Did Georgia see? I saw it up there in this chat. You guys can go look at it. Did Georgia see a offense similar to what they're about to face with what KD runs? I'm not sure.
I don't think they have.
I don't think so either. I can tell you that there is no team unless you did face Washington that ran a very similar like pre-snap packages where they shifted and brought motion and what that did to defenses. Here's the thing: you can scheme for that all day. And so you can scheme for that all day. And we just did get an update when we're done here. We are going to leave up the basketball game scoreboard once we get off. So, and I know that's going to be here shortly. So, but yeah, I don't think Georgia's seen anything like that. And I don't know. Like in the end of the day, like I said, you could scheme for all that, but then your defensive players get all messed up because when their eyes are watching all this motion, they're trying to think of like what type of motion, what kind of package that they're looking at, and then trying to make an adjustment. Granted, now you're seeing a lot of defenses have similar play cards that you're seeing offense will throw up like a play card to make an adjustment. But the coordinators, though, don't realize that the way this offense works is it doesn't matter which adjustment you make, your players have to literally be in the perfect spot to fight an offense like this, or you have to get a lot of pressure on the quarterback, and there has to be a lot of flaws with the offense, which KD will not let happen. So, I'll tell you that won't happen at all. He's too much of a perfectionist. So,
Dan Lanning seen that same offense 3 times and could not make adjustments. Could not. I mean, they tried. They tried their hardest to make adjustments, and Oregon has a solid defense. They just couldn't do it because their players could not. They just could not get in the right spots. They just
you just made the greatest point. Just and everybody listen to this because Coach Jay just made like an epic point. Dan Lanning, what did he do before he was at Oregon?
At Georgia, defensive coordinator.
He was the D coordinator for Georgia. Do you think there's a lot that's changed there because they used that to win a national championship? Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what did KD just do to that sort of defense?
Tore it apart 3 times.
Three times twice in a year. Like that with the amount of talent Oregon has, that's unrealistic, right? But he did it twice in a year.
It's not like Oregon doesn't have crappy talent. Oregon has more talent than Washington. They're the most talented team in the Pac-12. Their defense was good, pretty
Dude, they
damn
probably
good.
could have matched up against anybody.
Yeah,
anybody in the SEC, like 100%, just the way
that
they
was
ran.
a good defense, and they got torn apart, man. They just because their players just could not get to the right spots, and they did not have McMillan. Could you imagine if McMillan was in the slot and he's catching these bubble screens and these just good?
Seriously.
I mean,
whoa. Like I mean, they probably would have beat him by multiple scores instead of maybe a little tighter of a game. But I mean, like seriously, I mean that's what's impressive. Is like it's almost like he has their number, right? And he's able to scheme against their offense because of the style that he runs. So then let's just say we go and we play against like LSU, right? We play against LSU, who has this spread style, a lot of movement, downfield passing style of offense, right? It's similar to an air raid. Okay. Now LSU does not have Jane Daniels anymore. I'm pretty sure the quarterback that they have right now.
Gary, not Gary. Get Nussmeier.
Okay. Yeah, I like, you know what I mean? Like, so I probably shouldn't even bring them up in a conversation. I think that maybe Missouri runs something. They try to run something similar, like with Dirkovitz, right? As the head coach, like Dirkovitz, yeah. You know what I'm talking about? Did you watch them a little bit this year? Missouri tries to run something similar, but I don't. But again, like you got to have like they don't do the same things as Washington. It's just it's similar, but I wouldn't say that there's a lot of teams that are going to face it. Like I just don't think that's why I'm excited, man. I can't wait for that Georgia game. Oh my God, I can't wait.
That's gonna be interesting.
You want to know something? What's crazy to you is like you watch Washington after they kind of get warmed up a little bit. And then that's when you see like those first, I think it was the first four or five games. That's when they're like leading the nation in passing yards. They're leading the nation in amount of points scored. Nobody's like coming close within them. Granted, they're playing some like, you know, crap teams. I don't want to say crap. There's some teams they were decent, but they weren't playing anyone like crazy talent. But then they go and they do play somebody who's good, which was Oregon, right? And so everyone's questioning them because they're about to play Oregon. And they come out there and that momentum that they carry into that game, very much like our schedule looks like going into that Georgia game, is huge. And they're in that mindset where they're this out there to ball. And that's why I think that Georgia game is going to be so exciting, man.
Yeah.
So
it's one of those. I'll just say this: there's a possibility, and this I know there's Georgia fans in the chat, but there's a possibility that we can play Georgia 3 times and we can beat them all 3 times. And it's not because of the talent. But when Nick Saban went up against Kirby Smart knew what Nick Saban wanted to do, at least defensively. Nick Saban knew what Kirby Smart wanted to do defensively. It didn't matter who the defensive coordinator was. These two knew each other because they've been with each other for over 2 decades. Like Nick Saban mentored Kirby Smart. So every time when you saw those games, it was chess matches. And Nick Saban would pretty much best them. Nick Saban would best them because, at least earlier on, because of the offense. He had Sarkisian. He had he had Sark. He had did he have Kiffin? No, he didn't have Kiffin. Kiffin was gone. But he had Sark. He had Loxley. He had Coach Dable. He had Coach Dable. And Coach Dable even told me, he said, listen, every time he said Kirby Smart and those defenses, that was one of the most complex, most just frustrating defenses I've had to play against. And I had to rely on Nick Saban's tutelage. I had to rely on that dude to help me out because he was so hard just to prepare for. And Nick Saban just gave him the secret. He just kept giving him, hey, this is his tendencies. This is what he does with his defensive linemen. This is what their secondary and their linebackers like to do. This is how you can try to at least exploit it. I mean, this is a different story. Dable wanted Tua to start in that game. That's for a different discussion. It's these two knew each other like it was like 2 chess wizards playing against each other. When you have a guy like Kalen DeBoer included into that mess, Kirby Smart has no notes. Kirby Smart knows nothing about what that offense presents. Defensively, defensively, he has no notes on that defense. I mean, again, he knows nothing about Womack and Linguist and some of our coaches. So it's a completely brand new team that Kirby Smart has to compete for. But DeBoer has seen similar defenses like Georgia. He's seen similar defense like Georgia. again, Dan Lanning, he took a lot what Georgia was able to give and was able to translate that to that philosophy with Georgia. So we've seen a similar defensive sort of style. And we've seen DeBoer pick it apart 3 times.
Oh,
so,
my
yes,
goodness.
Yeah,
yes.
Georgia has more talent. They have way more talent, but we had more talent too. We have more talent. And we've seen what happens again. You know, we've seen even if it's inferior talent, we've seen what happens when a much inferior team like Washington has to go against a team like Oregon with superior talent. You still can't stop it because of the offense. It's just the way of the offense is. It's one of those offenses where they have to kill themselves, not
they do.
That
100. Nobody's going to beat them.
The reason.
Yeah, you're not going to have somebody come in and like beat you, right? You are going to beat yourself by like mistakes and errors for sure. And then Patriot Life, what's up? We called you out earlier and we were telling you how thankful we are for all your gifting. We appreciate you so much, Patriot Life. 100%. And I know there's a couple others in here who just jumped in. Sweet Home Bama 24. What's going on? We see you. What's up? Dylan Durham. Georgia is more worried about Texas now, apparently. Yeah, I saw that. Did you see the analyst who was talking about Kirby is more worried about it's not he doesn't even think about Alabama anymore? That was a very interesting comment, you know. Patriot Life, what's up, dog? That was interesting, man. I tell you what. And then whoa, what's up? Patriot Life, man. We love that, dude. Like, thank you so much. Like $10 Patriot Life. Shout out to the coaches on this Saturday. Roll Tide, roll. Man, thank you. Like, that's awesome, man. And then like I think, you know, it's not like Georgia's the only thing that we have to worry about or this or that. There's going to be a lot, and we could go on and on and on about it for sure. There's so much, but I know you guys want to catch this basketball game for sure. Coach Jay, you got anything else?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I think we pretty much covered the whole 10-bit. I do got to talk about that Dable story though. I think I one of these days I can go on for hours about what he was talking to me during these football camps.
Yeah, dude, I would love to hear that just from that standpoint. I mean, and then, you know, and how he kind of, I guess for the big thing too, was like Saban and the way Kirby looked at it, right? Like the way they went to war, especially how well they knew each other. And they're both like defensive coaches, right?
Man, it was like Kobe Bryant versus Michael Jordan, man. Those coaches meetings, man, were intense.
I
they were trying to go against each other. Kirby could lose to every other coach in college football. He does not want to lose to Saban, and Saban did not want to lose to Kirby. They were they didn't hate each other. They love each other, but they're very competitive because it's kind of like you got Kirby that's thinking to himself, I want to be the man. I got to beat this dude. I got to beat my mentor. Yep. And you got the mentor that's saying, dude, you're my student. You're not surpassing me. And so it was, those meetings were rough, man. So
I believe that, man. Like, I think it's going to be exciting to kind of hear some of those stories break down. And then Brian, we kind of discussed it a little bit. He said he's hearing recruits and have much positive stuff to say about Bama at Nike. No, it wasn't positive. They just didn't hear much about Bama. It wasn't like not positive, or it wasn't there just was not a lot of talk. And I think that's just because of the period we're at right now. And we can talk about that in another segment. But I know we are going to get out of here. We really appreciate you guys today. Just heads up, we are going to be we're going to be switching to like the chat mode, leaving a scoreboard up for the basketball game, it sounds like. And I know you guys kind of have an idea what that means. But we appreciate you guys. Like, it's a lot of fun to come here on Saturday morning, chat with y'all. Undefeated. Love you guys. Thank you for the fan funders. Thank you for the gifts. And thank you for all the shout outs. We appreciate you so much. And I know we'll be catching up again here shortly. I don't know if it's this evening or tomorrow. We'll figure out the schedule, but tune in. Make sure you follow us on Twitter as well. And we'll go from there. So, all right. Coach Jay, it's been a pleasure, my dog. Appreciate you.
Oh, absolutely, man. Absolutely working with you, man. Absolutely. I love having these discussions, and we're getting deeper to A-Day, man. We're getting deeper. We are getting deeper. April 15th, Judgment Day. I cannot wait.
That's Judgment Day. I love it. I love it. Well, hey, Oh, I
Shirt,
know,
sweater.
man. I got a couple of them. But hey, man, have a good rest of your Saturday. Roll Tide, my bro.
Roll Tide.
All right, undefeated. Peace out.
All right, guys.
Bye.